have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
In the fast-paced world of digital marketing, making connections is a challenge for any business. But what if we told you there's a place where connections aren't just made, they're grown? Meet 2060 Digital, your premier Google partner and top-tier digital agency. We don't just follow trends, we set them. At 2060 Digital, we're not just another agency. We're your strategic partner. We dive deep into your challenges and develop solutions that drive measurable outcomes.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff. Chairman Kurt is, Doug, he's sitting in his corner. Chairman, you're always welcome at the dais. You're at the dais on Friday, not at the dais today. Why?
I wasn't sure if today felt like a phone call day.
Doug, is Monday the day for phone calls?
Well, I guess it could be.
But Papers, can you handle the phone?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm coming up.
All right, there it is, just like that. Martin Kilcoyne's vacationing, and he is at Jackson's parents' place. Billy Joel doing kind of a thing in the Hamptons this week, and Martin and his family are experiencing that. That's a fun, it's a fun series of concerts. Billy Joel and 38 Special. So Martin will be back on Wednesday. What's your favorite 38 Special song?
I don't know. That's the name of the album?
Jesus.
I don't know. I don't.
38 Special will soon be playing Walker's Bluff Casino Resort
after Billy Joel's home
in Carterville, Illinois on August 22nd. So they're taking a little break. And then Britt, Iowa.
Correct.
Bentendorf, Iowa.
Correct.
Bettendorf.
Okay.
And then the Hamptons again. Back to Iowa.
First, they got to stop by Vail, South Dakota.
Yep. Back to Billy Joel's.
Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Yep.
And I was supposed to know this?
Yeah.
If you did your show prep, you would have. If you would have done it, you would have known it. Polos Plus dossier here on TMA Monday, July 27th, 2026. Features your involvement by calling in at 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines, texting in at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you got that Form Energy YouTube chat where friends gather. And I see Iggy is in there, and the last two things he has typed are Fantasy Girl and Teacher. Sometimes, Doug, I look up at the Form Energy YouTube chat, and I don't know the context. I can't imagine he just dropped by to type Fantasy Girl, I suppose it's 10%
Is that
chance.
maybe a name of a song in this band that you asked for?
Oh, yeah.
Because I can't believe otherwise those words would just come right out of his fingertips to type them.
And then Scorsy's talking to Bottom Drippy, who says, I don't live in St. Louis, so I don't care, LOL.
Care about what?
I don't know, but LOL.
Right.
Are you laughing out loud?
Did you guys ever type LOL, ever?
Not like seriously, like as a kind of
Yeah.
What about
sarcastically.
LOLs with a Z?
Exclusively sarcastically.
That's my move.
Well, an occasional ha-ha is okay. But LOL I don't do.
What about LOLZ? LOLs.
I've never done that.
What about the laughing emoji?
I guess maybe I've done that once or twice.
What about LOLs?
No, I've never done LOLs.
You can text in. What about LOLs? 314-399-9646. 340 Steven, Doug. I believe we determined that is in reference to BMW 3 Series, which he owns, but then he got made fun of for owning, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's all correct.
He says it seems like 68 wins is going to be about it for the Cardinals. There is by me betting on the over of 68 and a half, what that immediately creates is a percentage of the audience that then pulls for the Cardinals to finish with 68 or fewer wins. Cause me experiencing more money effect, I shall pull against him winning more money. You see what I'm saying? Because that 68, I think, wasn't a coincidental pick. I still like my chance of the Cardinals going over 68 and a half, but sweet mother of mercy, Doug, the lifetime roofing lead. You say Cardinals. I say doggies on a heater. 83rd minute. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not fooling.
They've lost 3 straight series and the death spiral is underway.
I believe the Cardinals are the lead.
Doggies 1-0, Colorado.
Yeah, well, here they come. Certainly the Redbirds have hit the skids here.
But
Lost the
Cleveland in
series.
Minnesota.
Last place Reds, last place Angels. Lost that makeup to Arizona. And yet, they're only a game and a half out of the wild card. And Daddy Likey, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Major League Baseball has how many teams? I turn to Jackson Burkett, who looks like he got a new fade.
30.
And how many teams are within 5.5 games of a playoff spot?
I would say 24.
That's correct. Woo woo! We go to Bulls around here. That's Major League Baseball. So the trade deadline, which is a week away, has 6 of 30 teams beyond 5.5 games of a playoff. So I just want to keep driving that home because the standard that most of us grew up with, which is going to the playoffs as being a sign of a successful season, has now been watered down to the point that in late July, all but 6 teams are beyond 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. The actual number, though, is the Cardinals are a game over 500 and in 4th place. Those 2 things are also factual. And as it stands right now, I would say the thing that probably would be the biggest surprise if you were sitting here and looking at the team back at spring training is the kind of pitching performances they're getting from a number of the starters and not necessarily the guys that I think people would have thought of going into the season as being the best. And we're talking about more of the back end of the rotation than if you did consider Liberatore and May your 1 and 2 at the start of the year. It's been McGreevy, blue chip, but Palante and Lay will go out and they'll have these starts where they are not just effective, but in some cases dominating. And that's what we saw here on Saturday and Sunday. But the offense in there.
Yeah, just got to work on the bullpen. When they're ahead, the bullpen's pretty good. When they're behind or tied, it's a flip of a coin. And that's really hurt them. They could have won several of these games over the last week very easily. Instead of losing, I don't know how many they lost, 2 out of 3 to the Angels, 2 out of 3 to the Reds, they easily could have won 2 or 3 more of the games that they lost. I don't know how you fix that at this point, how you fix the bullpen, or if they're even focused on fixing the bullpen as they rebuild and keep an eye on the future. But that's really, it's hurt them a lot, and they've stopped hitting much, too. they don't hit for much power at all right now.
Yeah, they just have really struggled offensively for the most part. I realized there were some cosmetic runs at the tail end of that game against the Diamondbacks that I would imagine many people weren't paying attention to at the 4:30 start, 4:15 start on Thursday in that makeup game. But they were down 10-2 going into the ninth, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it was. Scored 2 runs against the Reds on Friday. Got the run, would be in the unearned category, in the 10th inning yesterday to make that look a little bit better. But they had 2 runs through 9 innings. And they have been kind of flopping around offensively for the most part in July. I would say the date that changed going forward, they scored 17 runs against the Cubs first Friday of the month, and since then there's been a spiral. So you combine that with the bullpen, and that is, if you were to summarize it, the recipe for the substantial fall off here. At the same time, I don't know how much of the bullpen's issues are surprising. The offense falling off is the thing that I would consider to be surprising.
Yeah, just the lack of power, right? Somebody had a stat the other day, since May 1st, they're last in the league in home runs. And in a league where power is everything right now, that's not a good thing, obviously. Not a good thing at all. Walker has slowed down, still got 22 home runs, but considerably slowed down on his pace.
And that's because of the home run derby?
No, I don't believe that's the cause. I think it's because nobody behind him is hitting much, and so he doesn't get a whole lot of fat pitches anyway. You know what else I wish? As a longtime hitting coach in the big leagues myself,
right,
I wish he'd scoot a little closer to the plate, because they're constantly working that outside corner on him, and he has to reach out to try to hit that ball. Scoot up just a
I feel like earlier in the year he was closer. It feels like when he struggles, he does back up.
Yeah.
And that, I agree with you. It seems like it makes it even worse. Accentuates his issue with the outside breaking ball.
When they're ahead, Doug, they blew a 7-run lead last week. That's from Mr. Burkett's Rideshare in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And if you wanted to point to a specific game where you would go, ooh, this is when it went off the rails, if it does indeed stay off the rails, I would imagine 7-0 Sunday afternoon in Arizona 8 days ago would be the one you'd point to.
Yeah, that was the outlier. That was a horrific game. But for the most part, the bullpen, when they've been ahead, has done okay. I mean, O'Brien's been one of the top saves guy in the league all season. Hadn't been perfect, but none of them are. But I don't think that's been their big problem, is holding down leads for the most part.
Really?
You're getting owned right now.
This is a surprise? This is what happens when you don't talk sports, but rather have another middle school social hour. This shouldn't be a surprise. The bottle rocket effect of prospects that the team has and this city falls in love with. That's from the 314. So the text, Doug, to summarize, do you type things into Grok to get a summary?
I don't.
The summary is, because we don't talk sports all the time, the Cardinals have fallen off. Your response? Me in this town soft. What about that?
I enjoyed the phrase, the bottle rocket effect of prospects. Does that mean they come up too early? They get shot up to the system too early, too quickly?
Jason Biggs, American Pie.
Well, there's that, but a bottle rocket effect of prospects.
I think they just come up and then fizzle out.
Yeah. Don't make that sound effect again.
I thought that was helpful.
One more time. Okay, there's the bottle rocket.
So now have you changed your mind on the sound effect?
Well, I like it the more I hear it.
You like those whistlers? Kind of like those.
Yeah, it's kind of the kind of scream.
Yeah, that was the soundtrack of my summer in the 63109.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Is it un-American of me to not really be a fan of fireworks as a whole?
See, this is that middle school social hour thing that this gentleman, who I would imagine is probably 28, really wants this program to get away from.
Swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
See, that sounds like a Whistler fire.
Yeah, I like that, though.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
The bullpen sucks. Why Swanson on a team? 7.23 ERA? Please, please, please. DFA him. Doug, that's from Gateway Dreamfields, who says we receive cash to talk St. Louis University.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Swanson's had a rough week. I don't imagine he's long for St. Louis.
Micah, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
See? Tell me the media in this town soft again.
You can literally put words right in the mouth of the managers.
Hey, 314 old. This is not a show about sports. It's about sex, porn, wealth, and elderly abuse. Doug, that's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
It's the 4 pillars.
Well,
Top sports talk.
It's about elderly abuse?
that's the one with 3 off. The rest of it you can accept.
The rest of it, yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be a seller's market, and we need to capitalize on that. That's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention, who I believe was going to be at the Lake of the Ozarks this weekend for a big event. He can call in with a summary of that.
Yeah.
Is it considered to be a seller's market? I didn't know that. I've been reading plenty of trade deadline stories, but I didn't know that it was considered to be a seller's market.
I don't get that
I think if you have great starting pitching that you're willing to trade, perhaps, outside of the obvious one in Detroit, but... I'm not saying that that's not the case. I just didn't know that that was a perception of the upcoming trade deadline market, which is a week from today.
I guess it could be, since there are so many teams in the hunt, wild card hunt anyway, including teams that are rarely in the wild card hunt, like the Pirates. Twins have got a shot. You know, there's some...
Man, can you imagine
White
the Pirates
Sox.
Twins World Series?
Yeah. So it could be that a team, if you're the Pirates and you haven't done anything in years... You might take a shot this year to try to get in.
I bet they don't.
Papers.
You bet they don't try to acquire anybody late?
No.
I don't know. They did in the offseason. They went after some veterans.
Yeah. But I think that was like, they're like, never mind.
I don't
The
think
Abe
so.
Simpson meme. We tried.
I think they'll see this as their shot. The first one they've had in a while.
But probably we're talking too much Pirates here, but like,
Can you, though?
right. There is no such thing. Their window is pretty long. Like, Connor Griffin just came up. Was he 19, 20 years old? Like, they got, O'Neal Cruz. They got time. I don't know if they would go all in. I think there's some teams out there that might recognize, the Cardinals included, like, maybe our window's a little longer than we thought. Maybe going all for it this year isn't the year.
I don't know.
But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
It will be, but just having one or two good young prospects doesn't mean you're going to be there year after year after
Certainly
year.
not.
And the Pirates are usually absolutely buried at this point. And if they're just one game out of the playoffs right now, and you're their fan base, I think you would very much want to see them add a player or two that might actually get you in this year.
Hey, guys, I saw Jackson at Busch Stadium this weekend. Did you go to the game?
No.
Okay.
It's a lot.
And every time someone from the 400 level tried to sneak down to the lower level, he'd drunkenly yell, "Someone get these beggars out of here." It's the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Would you swear under oath that you were not at Busch Stadium? Because this does sound very, very believable.
Yes, I would swear under oath.
Okay.
You went somewhere where you got a little sunburn.
I got sunburn yesterday.
He's got a little color going, Doug.
Ball striking?
No.
Oh, did you go bronzing?
I went ball striking Friday and Saturday, and then yesterday I was out in Greenville, Illinois, at a little lake.
What was doing?
Hanging out with some friends out on the lake.
So cryptic.
And I got sunburnt.
You fishing, skiing? What are you doing?
Swimming. Doing a lot of swimming.
Oh, you got
On
in
a
the
swimming
lake.
hole?
Yeah, a little swimming hole action.
You actually got in the lake.
Yeah.
But you won't get in Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, what's that about?
Well,
You like Illinois as a more democratic state.
no, no.
Interesting.
I don't like being boxed in like this.
Well, it's your chance to answer the questions.
Pritzker Pibbles.
I like swimming in a lake, yes, especially one that doesn't smell.
Oh!
Gosh, we're taking
Did you catch
hits.
that?
Oh!
But sometimes some lakes smell. I'm not going to name which lakes smell, but I think the people know. And this lake doesn't smell. And I got in and swam, and my shoulders are 2 ripe watermelons, as red as can be.
You didn't get the SPF 100?
I did.
And it didn't matter?
I reapplied, and I think I got into the water too quickly, and it washed away a little bit. And my arms are cooked.
Huh.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
Little sun never hurt anybody.
No, vitamin D is good.
Yeah. It was hot. I mean, yesterday was about one of the hottest days I can remember.
Great to hear. Great we get to hear Jackson flex on everyone with his high testosterone levels by telling us how much he drank and hit a golf ball. It's from the 314, and he's not happy now.
I didn't do any of that, so I didn't talk about any of that.
How are your testosterone levels?
Probably solid. I'm a young man.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I'm sure that's a thing that diminishes a little bit as you age.
Oh, certainly does. I can attest to that.
You should go check out our friends at Mentality.
Yeah, they're online at lowtusa.com, Doug. And Jackson's testosterone levels are the envy of everyone in the audience. So go to lowtusa.com. And that's Mentality. They have treated more than 20,000 5,000 men, and they can help you get to, I guess, Jackson's testosterone levels, something we all aspire to. It's Mentality. They're online at lowtusa.com. And what they have discovered through all of these treatments over the years is this major point. Testosterone levels the field. Peptides drive your results. So, Mentality now knows you cannot rely on testosterone alone anymore to run at full capacity. Your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. That is where Mentality comes into play. Go online at lowtusa.com. Today's polosplus.com dossier features I guess you would call it a surprise, but it's not a surprise to us. But I think for the audience, it will be a surprise. And not only that, Doug, the guest will be appearing in studio
No fooling.
at 9 o'clock. We'll tell you who and why coming up on the other side. That's a tease.
Yeah, boy, that's good. That is good.
Coming up on the other side of the break, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Incredible perspective. Billy Gilman just has a way to give us a view on the world that maybe we wouldn't have had without his voice.
What is he saying here?
We need
that we're
some help
helpless?
down here on Earth.
Okay. To get into the wild card?
Correct. And the doggies run. 1,000 prayers, sir.
Okay.
One voice was heard, and that voice is William Gilman. Now, I made a deep tease in the previous segment here in this Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour to let the audience know that we have a special guest in studio here at the Stiefel Studios at 9 o'clock. And then I went in there to talk with our friends in the Form Energy YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 7,080 have subscribed. And they're in there talking it over. And, man, they were not happy with my tease.
Oh, no.
Because per Hunchback Vaughn Castle, who said he saw Jackson telling the beggars to get out of the lower section at Busch Stadium this weekend. He also said Jackson said that Mayor Cara Spencer was going to be in studio at least 3 times on Friday.
Yeah, promoting the guest that was coming up.
Right.
So what's the beef?
That I was teasing it.
Well, okay. People cycle on, they cycle off.
But I apologize now.
Yeah. Be a pish posh is what I say.
Pish posh, Doug. Mayor Cara Spencer is going to be in studio with us at 9 o'clock to discuss the Rams money and what they're going to do with it.
Okay. That's good. It's going toward tornado relief efforts, right?
Well, now you're ruining that tease.
Oh.
Can we get better at teasing?
Well,
teasing camp is already over for the summer. How do we handle getting better at teasing? Do we turn our attention to a fall teasing camp?
Yeah, we could have a little autumn retreat.
That'd be sweet. Mm-hmm. Like a retreat where we learn how to broadcast.
Maybe go up to Pier Marquette, sit around, look at leaves, and talk about teasing.
Ooh, yeah.
I had to do a team building event there once.
Oh, did you?
And we had to build a boat out of cardboard and get one of the members of the team across the lake.
Mm-hmm. How'd that go?
One person, I think the boat capsized, and I believe she might have broke her foot.
Broke her foot on cardboard?
I think probably on the bottom of the lake, or I don't know how far she sank.
Fast.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
How do you get cardboard to not soak up all the water and immediately sink?
Therein lies the rub, or something like that.
Do they give you any waterproof sealant or anything?
Maybe some tape. I think you just had to
Daddy
MacGyver it up.
Huh. All right.
Arbor Day, who is the 4-time Texter of the Year, because I've already given him 2026, says, isn't the surprise that the mayor's coming in to talk about the Rams settlement funds? You guys talked about it all last week. And then Arbor Day, when hearing the tease, says, I'm stunned. So if I've lost Arbor Day, I've lost them all.
Have you?
Let's just make out.
I guess that's the solution.
It isn't.
I don't recall talking about it all last week. I know we've talked about it. But, Jackson, you must have really hit this hard on Friday when I was in the Hamptons.
Well, I just thought it would be it's an exciting thing to have the mayor in studio, and I wanted to tease it for the next program. If I said it 3 times, and then people cycle on, cycle off.
Yeah, they do.
I think 3 times is an appropriate amount for a guest like that.
All right.
Just what we need. Politics on a sports talk show. That's from Hoof-Hearted, and he's not happy.
Is this a text audit situation?
Uh-oh. You're going auditing?
I'm just going to peek.
Martin loves to do a text audit. That chair, I guess, is known for text auditing. What do we have from Hoof-Hearted?
The most recent was Tuesday. All the credentialed media personalities on this show, and we can't get an out-in-air interview or at least a soundbite from Ollie. Come on.
Media in this town soft.
So soft.
No audio on YouTube. Cord get kicked again.
Leave us alone.
It's the WNBA. No one cares. Move on.
Actually, I think the WNBA is now the bat signal for the grifting community in quote-unquote sports talk. Jackson, you're agreeing with that?
Yeah, it's been that way for a few years now.
Oh, is that right?
Well,
Yeah.
Jackson put something on his Starter Packs account about that, I saw.
Oh, what was this?
about the
He
WNBA.
had his head go down.
Did I?
It's a Take Smith's paradise as of late.
Doug, WNBA is a Take Smith's paradise.
All right.
I like that.
I haven't seen a game this year. A few highlights. Not a game.
Arbor Day says, I don't really care. I just enjoy that you guys don't listen to the replay or live versions of your own show. That's from Arbor Day. Well, I was off on Friday, and as much as I wanted to listen to the show, I didn't get the opportunity to. So I was not aware that Jackson had talked about it. And that's why, with the benefit of that information, I should have listened to it. And that's why I, again, apologize. And if you take a look at my Twitter account, you'll see the LSU mom visiting the White House 6 years ago. And also you'll see my apology.
Notes app apology.
And it's on the Notes app.
Yeah.
And so far in the comments, it's being well received.
Yeah. No, it's all as always.
Thank you. Doug, you say the Cardinals are the lifetime roofing lead. I say the Doggies because one team is actually in the playoffs now and one team is out of the playoffs. Jackson, would you have gone with the Doggies?
No.
Wow. Okay.
Honesty in media. I would have gone with the Red,
1-0.
Red Bees.
Thrilling win.
The secondary lead. A lead nonetheless, but a secondary lead.
What do you mean a secondary lead?
Well, it's not the primary lead.
The second story.
Yeah, right.
It's in the B block.
Right. If you have a 3-lead kind of morning,
Okay.
the tertiary lead is up to you. I can only decide the
I
secondary.
like that term. I know you don't like tertiary there,
No,
Doug,
I
but
don't
I
care
really
for
liked it.
Don't care for it at all.
Right.
Does tertiary mean secondary? I'm a meat and potatoes guy, and that's just too many syllables for
I think
me.
it means the third.
Third.
Oh, see? I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Tim, are you aware that Iggy spent 20 minutes on Friday airing out the laundry with Cam and the cat? That's from Steven Time. Did you guys do an after the morning after just get some reps in?
I believe he's discussing Thursday.
Thursday's show. Oh, and after the morning after.
Right. And I would not describe it as an airing of dirty laundry, nor would I describe it as 20 minutes.
I don't remember any discussion about the cat at all.
No, I think Iggy was mad that at one point he was getting taken shots at. He was mostly mad at Matt Rocchio.
He's got all his money.
Back to Matt
Got all
Rocky.
his cameo
And that was
money.
his birthday.
It was on his birthday, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't stop Iggy. But Cam was right there, and it was all very cool. I was sitting right there, and I didn't feel 1 ounce of awkwardness. So, I don't know. I know people like to start a little something, but sometimes there's no smoke or fire.
No, they like to stir it up.
The mayor needs to talk about the war between Portland and St. Louis for the Trailblazers. That's from Marcus Hennessy.
Something to monitor.
Is it something? Is this officially on your radar?
They're having some meeting today where
Who is?
Portland and the Trailblazers, the city of Portland and the Trailblazers.
Oh, Doug, this was in the links.
Yeah, where
Papers are starting to feel it.
I'm just saying, just because that they're having issues in Portland figuring out the lease of their arena doesn't mean the next thing that happens is they move to St. Louis.
Do you think the Trailblazers are using St. Louis being available like the NFL used Los Angeles being available against our gateway to the West?
Well, you are talking about the team that selected Greg Oden over Kevin Durant, so
Nice.
anything is possible, as Kevin Garnett said.
Did they always take Sam Bowie?
They also took Sam Bowie.
I believe over Jordan.
0 for 2, if you're asking me. But, they're having a meeting today, tomorrow.
I mean, it's your story.
No, they held it on Saturday.
Perfect.
There was a city hall meeting to debate.
Well, if it's in the past, then what happened?
Good question, Tim. Well, I think it was
Boy,
just.
Doug, I'm getting
I think
a
it was
little-
just like a public forum, City Hall. I think the meeting with the city is happening tomorrow.
I wouldn't think the Blues
So
would
the
be
meeting took place on Saturday, and
No,
it's also going to take place tomorrow.
2 meetings.
Saturday was a city hall, like a
Is there a
public.
tertiary meeting?
There might be. I think Saturday was a public forum, like a town hall kind of address.
Oh, Doug, we've seen a town hall in
Yeah.
St. Louis.
Yeah,
Well,
never
Eric
window
Erwin.
dressing.
Very
God,
important.
he was like sincere and authentic. And sure, we had him on the show, and he explained that the rules really didn't matter.
No.
Right, but they continue to negotiate there in Portland. So just something to monitor.
And you believe it's now 50-50 that the Trailblazers move to St. Louis.
It might be 50-50 that the Trailblazers are moving.
And where
moving
would
to
they
St.
go?
Louis. Well, I think they want to save Vegas and Seattle for expansion. So I fear that a city like Kansas City might be higher up on the list, but
Oh, boy.
the Chaffetz
How
thing...
would you handle that?
Poorly. Very poorly.
Well, you could go to some games.
nope. I would go to games only to watch the other team. I'd be furious.
You'd be furious if Kansas City got the team instead of St. Louis?
Yes.
I would think that's more likely.
Oh, no, Doug.
Because they don't have a hockey team. The Blues can't be in favor of an NBA team coming here, taking some of their dates, taking some of their corporate money. But Kansas City doesn't have that going on.
So because of that, we should stand in the way of progress?
No, I'm saying for the city and sports fans in general, it'd be a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're the Blues, I'm not sure it would be.
Right. But it would also legitimize St. Louis more as a sports town, having a third pro franchise, one of the two ones that are the more popular, if we're being honest. And,
what do you mean by that?
Well, the two most popular leagues in America are the NFL by a large margin, and then subsequently the NBA.
Give me some data, because I don't believe that for a second.
Finals numbers would tell you that. Viewership.
This guy talking down to me right now. You see that?
Finals viewership, especially even in St. Louis. NBA Finals do very well in St. Louis. But having said that, the reason I think something like St. Louis, and this might be a surface level observation, but Rush Davis did buy into team. Dr. Davis bought into the team a little bit. Minority owner. I don't know. And that happened recently amidst these negotiations with the city about a new arena or updating the arena. I don't know. Reading the tea leaves. But again, it's just something to monitor.
Would that make St. Louis the first city to have MLB, NHL, and NBA, but no NFL?
I was about to crowdsource that question myself.
Don't think so.
Toronto does.
Yeah, Toronto would be
But
one.
American.
St. Louis is the only city in America that has only Major League Baseball and NHL. Just those two. They're unique in that way. I feel like I could find you the three, but maybe not. Maybe not.
I've never seen a guy argue with himself more in one segment.
Well,
in
I'm
my
just
life.
thinking. I'm not looking at anything. I'm just thinking, and I can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
Jackson, would you rather have a WNBA team than an NBA team?
The answer would be no. I'd rather
Look at that. How about that?
Okay, good.
That surprises some people.
I'd rather have an NBA team.
The Valkyries would be here.
They just started up in Golden State.
No, I know, but that means they'd come and visit us.
Oh, yeah, it'd be cool. I'd like to have both. That'd be great. Have basketball year round.
Don't we have 3 teams? That's from Stoned 9-Pin.
Well, when I say that, I mean the 4 major North American sports. That would be Major League Baseball, the NHL, NFL, NBA.
Major League Soccer.
Right. That would be the tier down.
Oh, no.
God.
Oh, no.
Wow. Didn't lead with it, and now we're calling it a tear down.
I don't know that we'll get through this.
Right.
Jackson, stop thinking and play more drops. That's from Steven time.
Okay.
Utah has it. That's from Eagle Maniac.
Yep.
They have a baseball team.
They don't have a baseball team.
Well, then that ends that.
Well, not
That
a
was a
major.
good talk. Good talk, Russ.
They might play baseball there.
Was the question just 2
No.
professional sports teams?
3.
Or specifically?
That has, in the United States, NHL, Major League Baseball, and NBA, but no NFL.
And they are. Or they would be.
St. Louis would be the only one.
Correct.
There you go. Look at that, Doug.
It doesn't feel good. Does not feel good.
But we would be blazing a trail with the Trailblazers.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
To let other cities know that you don't need that NFL team that
No.
you've got.
It's a dying league.
Get rid of it. Download it.
We have 4 teams. The Battle Dome rocks every weekend for a reason. That's from the Tower T 4 caddy.
There's another one.
You need a 4 caddy at Tower T sometimes. And this gentleman will stand out there and let you know where your ball went.
Yeah, in case you're short on the.
Some of the holes are 50 yards long.
56-yard hole. The last thing you want to do is look around for more than 2 minutes
I nearly passed away at Family Golf yesterday.
because it was so hot.
Played in the parent-child event. And Doug, I can recall as a young tyke sometimes being out there with my father in conditions like we had, which I believe was one of the 10 hottest heat indexes in the history of, at least since they started tracking it.
It was about as hot as I've ever felt yesterday.
Yeah. And I was in the hands on the knees position, feeling like at any moment I could be on the vomit comet.
Yeah, it was brutal yesterday.
You on all 4s?
No, but hands on the knees, still upright.
Okay.
But yet you were out there in the swimming hole.
Yeah, but at any second I wasn't submerged in water. It was the hottest. It was just overheating like crazy. It was
At this
hot
point in
hell.
time, shouldn't we have a a hat or a backpack or something that has air conditioner that just shoots cool air all over our body?
Seems like a business opportunity for you.
Another business for
This-
us.
that's your way out.
So we're diversified
The
now.
military has uniforms that are kind of air conditioned
Yeah.
for desert warfare. I think
Right.
that's even how Mike Shanahan made all his money, the former owner of the Blues. I think his company did that. You'd think they would have civilian clothing that would have some form of air conditioning pumped through it.
I like where your head's at. Because I used it yesterday.
I mean, we have things that'll warm you up. We have gloves and everything that'll
Yeah.
warm you up.
Electric
we
blankets.
Have really nothing that'll cool you down that I know of.
It's the world sport, Jackson, but sure, soccer is a B-tier sport. That's from the 314.
It's not what I said. I said the MLS would be in the B tier of American sports leagues.
We won't recover from this.
This is going to be a problem. And a lot of us play pickleball. That's from Burning Drip Mushroom
That
Tip.
doesn't count as a professional
cares?
sport.
Play pickleball. Good on you. We're supposed to talk about it?
Someone turn that Gen Z hillbilly's mic off. MLS is a Power 5 sport. That's from Total Power Washing.
Whatever. You win. You got it.
Cara Spencer was vehemently against Enterprise Center improvements. If you want her as a proponent for a sports team, you're barking up the wrong tree. That's from Sharon and Clayton. And Doug, that circles back to what apparently was a tease that I have now apologized for 3 separate times.
Okay.
That Cara Spencer is going to be in the Stiefel studios at 9 o'clock. And Sharon and Clayton does not believe she would be on board with the Trailblazers or an NBA team moving here because she was not on board with the Enterprise Center improvements. And I recall when we were at KFNS having her in studio when she was a member of the Board of Aldermen and was vocal about that. And I recall having Tom Stillman in on my podcast and talking about that. So we'll ask her about it. We'll see. You know, sometimes people get new information and their opinions change. But then the problem is then you get called a flip-flopper. But then at the same time, if you stay in your corner and you don't change, then you get called
Stubborn or not flexible.
Problematic. So we'll ask. All we can do is ask. And we'll do it at 9 o'clock because she's going to be in studio with us here joining us at 9 o'clock on the Rams money and what they are doing with that. So we look forward to that. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That'll come your way at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. And you're always welcome to participate in the program. You've got a wide variety of ways to do so. Call in, Callahan and Thompson, phone lines, 314-974-0101. You're welcome to text in to the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox, the number is 314-399-9646. And, of course, open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and you can talk it over. Is the YouTube camera down?
No, so I don't know what, for whatever reason, that the TV isn't showing the video.
My
but
monitor also isn't showing it.
I couldn't get it on Wi-Fi, but when I switched over to hotspot, I can see the feed.
I watched it on Wi-Fi and it was working.
Okay.
Yeah. If the cameras weren't on, there would be 100 messages in there
I'll take
calling
the
for
over.
my
Resignation?
or worse.
What would be worse?
Some sort of public humiliation.
Tarred and feathered?
Yeah, a flogging maybe.
It's odd.
And there's a possibility out there that just because the YouTube picture's not up, someone should resign?
Correct.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Well, someone's got to pay.
We'll try to soldier through it is all we can do.
And then you got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's another way you can participate. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. I can't imagine what it would be like if your air conditioning went out today. Oh, Bill.
Power went out of my place last night.
So what'd you do?
Went to my parents. Duh.
What time do you go out?
Snag that audio right there, boy.
About 8:40 p.m.
So the air conditioner shut down. You're at home.
Instantly
in bed.
became and have so hot in my place, just instantly.
Did your thermostat tell you the real feel of it? What did it get up to in there?
By the time I left, so I keep my place like 70, 71, it was up to like 78, 79. And I left 25 minutes after the power went out.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What'd you do with everything in the fridge?
Just keep the fridge closed and the freezer closed and hope but they restored it late last night. So hopefully everything's okay. But I hadn't gone to if I went to the grocery store that day, which was my plan, but I went to the lake, I would have been a hot tamale.
A few years ago, I came home to a AC that had gone out while I was out of town. I walked in; it was 93 degrees inside the home.
That's when you call it design air heating.
I believe
they're
I
online
did actually.
They're online at designairservice.com. So if that happens today, you just text, you just go to designairservice.com, and now you're working with Seth Goldcamp and his team, who Doug and I have been working with now for more than a decade, and they have been working with TMA for more than a decade. You can count on them. There's not going to be upselling. They're going to fix it, and they're going to go on about their business fixing somebody else's air conditioning. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. One of the hottest days in St. Louis history yesterday. It's expected to be just as brutal today. If your air conditioning goes out, go to designairservice.com. Immediately back-to-back texts asking if Jackson's dad picked him up.
No.
That's from Just Don't Press Push
You
and
actually
Hunchback of
drove there.
Castle.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. I did.
Jesus, Jackson's so soft. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
So I should have slept in the 90-degree heat all night.
Is your childhood room still intact?
No.
Repurposed?
Yeah.
So
Several
you
times
took
over.
down the Jordan posters and put up the Caitlin Clark posters. Or Angel Reese, I guess, probably.
Yeah, right.
Not even trust fund babies have an HVAC guy on standby for such incidents. That's from the 636.
Well, it wasn't my HVAC that was a problem. My power went out. So a power line exploded behind my apartment. So,
Oh, is that right?
oh, yeah.
Wow.
It was crazy. I could hear it. It was really
Is it
loud.
sizzling?
Oh, yeah. Fire
Like a
department
bunch of
came and everything.
Oh,
But then Ameren texted, like, yeah, we'll try to restore it by midnight, maybe 12:45 a.m. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to sleep here if I have the ability to sleep with my parents, which
Don't
is also
most-
closer to the studio, so it made my drive in easier this
Don't
morning.
most
It's kind
people
of a
from
no-brainer.
Ladue have generators when the power goes out?
Right. You would think. Mine's in the shop.
Generators in the shop. Doug, Lake STL Castor? Lake STL Castor? Lake St. Louis Castor? I don't know. I'm sure the Libby Deus will ask Spencer about the Rams money, and once again, you're called the Libby.
Why are people so upset on the Monday like today? Like,
They're always upset. They dislike us vehemently.
Tim's back. I thought they were going to be in a good mood.
I was gone for one day.
I felt it.
Softer than a medicated cotton swab. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer, who's also mad that Jackson stayed at his parents' house.
whatever. You know, you ever try sleeping in weather that hot? Then I couldn't charge my phone, so my phone's dead when I wake up. That alarm doesn't go off. Now I'm not here. Now I'm in trouble, and now I'm late for work. All these things. This is the domino effect. Sweating through. I got sunburned arms, but it was like a sizzle. I could hear them sizzling yesterday.
Do you live in a
God forbid.
Do you live in a 2 or 3 story house?
My apartment?
Yeah.
One.
Oh.
What do you mean? What kind of question is that?
So is it up high or is it down low?
High. It's up high. Third
Of
level.
course, it's up. It's penthouse. Bob Guccione.
So it's
Guys, the water main's out at Oletha and Jameson. Thanks. That's from Gooner Reloaded. That's right there by Pizza Go-Go.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right there. Babes.
Yeah, babes. Yeah. Musers.
Doug, let's go there
Tiffany
today.
Bowling Alley.
On a hot day like today, let's just tie one on.
The heat doesn't bug me that much. I'll take this.
This kind of heat?
It doesn't. Well, I mean, it's uncomfortable, of course.
Right.
But when you compare it to 10 degrees where your car might not start, you got to shovel the driveway, your hands are freezing because you don't have your gloves, you might fall on the ice, roads are closed. I'll take this any day
In
over
terms
that
of the
nonsense.
extremes, I'll take the heat too, but
Yeah.
this is no good.
Yeah, Jackson, my air conditioning did go out last summer, and guess what? I got some fans and toughed it out until I could get it fixed. I didn't go sleep at my dad's house. That's Eric in the Central West End.
How'd that
Okay,
feel?
I want you to really listen. It wasn't my AC that went out. It was my power. So that means no fans. I can't use a fan. I can't use anything to cool down. I can't charge my phone.
Your
dumbass.
nightlight. Your night. Oh.
No, but like that, like this is ridiculous.
You've
That's
gone too
that's a
far.
ridiculous text. That's truly ridiculous. It wasn't my AC that went out. It was my power that went out.
Yeah.
So,
So-
there is no fans. There
Would
is
you
no
admit,
anything.
though, that Eric in the Central West End is A, handsome, and B, tougher than you?
He's handsome, and I'm sure it's his life's goal to be tougher than the next guy next to him, and that's what he prides himself on, so he can have that.
Doug spitting facts. That's from Free Cairo.
Even your nightlight was out, I guess, when the power goes.
I don't have a nightlight.
Yes, the nightlight. The nightlight goes
I
on.
have a lot of windows.
The nightlight goes off.
So the street
Oh,
lights are
now we're bragging about the light that
Yeah,
flows
it's got
through our
windows.
Yeah, sorry, I don't live in a
3-floor penthouse.
I don't live in a Rathskeller. I can see the outside world.
and look down on all of St. Louis like you do from 7 to 12 every day.
In my ivory tower.
That's right.
Hot ivory tower last night.
7:47 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. It looks like you got another haircut. Am I right? No. Okay.
It's just developing. I told you.
It's developing.
It just needed a little longer in the oven, you know?
You got
now
one
you're
you
feeling
didn't
good
like.
about it.
Yeah.
All right.
About a week ago, you got a haircut you didn't really like.
Covered it up.
And now it's grown out a week and you're okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Feeling good about it.
And the reason why it grows out like it does is Healthcare Evolution. If you are interested in getting the same procedure that Jackie Papers got, go to healthcare-evolution.com. Work with my guy, Logan Taylor, and his team. I worked with them on my shoulder, and it was an incredibly easy process. Major recommendation for Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. If you're dealing with an injury, got injured over the weekend, and you're sitting there going, man, I can't get in to see my doctor until September. I'm going to be in pain that long. I'm going to waste the summer not being able to get outside and do the stuff I love doing. Imagine being able to go in to Healthcare Evolution as soon as today. Or you can have a free phone consultation, or get 70% off an in-person consultation for TMA listeners. It's healthcare-evolution.com, 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt is sitting at the dais while Martin Kilcoyne vacations at the Hamptons for the Billy Joel 38 special show. Jackson Burkett, who slept at his parents' house last night to the dismay of many in the audience, especially Eric in the Central West End. We are broadcasting live on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals lose yesterday to the Reds. Back in action tonight against the Chicago Cubs. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. They play a 4-game weekday series against the Cubs. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Oh. Papers had a fun day on Sunday. Swimming hole.
It was a great day until power line exploded. But it's fun.
When you jump
Back
into
now.
a swimming hole out in the middle of nowhere, do you worry about what might be in that hole?
Yes.
Like
Snakes and
like a
snapping
swimming
turtles.
gerbil?
And,
Especially because we were swimming by the dock, and that's where the snakes like to hang out.
Sure.
So I was
So
keeping
you're
my
on a yacht?
yacht.
You said you were about to dock.
No, we were by the dock. By the dock, and
And the help was getting the yacht ready.
right, the help. A lot of help in Greenville, Illinois. No, but yes, I had my head on a swivel the entire time for snakes or other possible assailants.
vermin.
Assailants, I like that. And vermin, of course. My grandson is up to 15U baseball now. Every year it's getting worse. We play teams whose dugouts sound like a team from a mental institution. Animal sounds. Some I can't even identify. I understand they're trying to intimidate the opposing pitcher, but where are the coaches? This isn't baseball the way I played it. I'd be totally embarrassed to coach a team that pulled that kind of stuff. We've only encountered one umpire this season that put a stop to it in the first inning. That's from Sundog 43 in Sparta, Illinois.
Okay.
There's one right there.
I thought they put a lot of that taunting away in Little League Baseball.
Well, I think that's what Sundog 43 is saying about his grandson's team.
Yeah.
He thought it should be extinguished by the umpire, but only one umpire so far has done it. What game was that?
I don't know what game it was. I don't follow U15 in Sparta. Not like I should.
Right.
But it used to be when I was a kid, you'd obviously definitely rag the other team.
Rally, the pitcher's name is Sally.
Yeah. What was it we used to say? Oh, it was always, hey, better, swing. Oh, and that would get them.
Our kind of go-to
Everyone on the
at,
team is yelling that.
at the university high school was, that's all right, that's okay, you'll work for us someday.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, it was accurate.
You would say that in the dugout?
No, that was just the,
The
student
fans.
body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was always the, whenever, like, Ladue, public school, would play, like, CBC or SLU or DeSmet or Shamdal or anything, and they would do something like that, that one, they would be like...
I don't think we probably did that with the Ladue students.
Well, there'd be something to that. It's just anything, and then the Ladue would chant, like, we have girls. That would always be...
The equalizer.
Yeah.
We had one that said, go back to the woods. Your coach is a farmer and your team ain't no good. Oh, that would get them. That would get them.
That was the one that was invincible.
Brought them to their knees.
They'd be reeling.
U15 baseball in Sparta is bigger than WNBA, Jackson. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley.
Sick.
I thought this was 101 ESPN, not 101 CNN. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. I don't know what caused that, but you can also text in at 314-399-9646. Jackson is on the phone. He's taking calls from all the ladies who are interested, and they're calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You also can open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, and join 251 friends who are in the TMA STL YouTube channel, like the Never Ending Wipe, the TMA Remote Lamp, Ted Gann, 340 I Steven, and Vinny Favorito KFNS polo shirt.
05, the first four were taken.
Yeah, the first four have been taken. Martin is on vacation. Chairman Kurt is sitting at the dais. And I see we have John Rice, Troublemaker, on hold, and Sanford on hold, Doug, on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. What do you want to go with?
Let's go for Sanford. I don't recall having him on before.
Sanford, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
Yes, I have a answer to Jackson's power problem.
Okay, what is it?
Power station.
And there you have it.
I got two comms for him to call. ecoflow.com.
Okay.
And at hsn.com.
And these people will fix his power?
It's a power station that he can order.
Oh,
It's a battery power station.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And they have different sizes. And they also, HSN has cordless fans.
Okay.
nice.
All right. That's a good,
cool you down.
idea. Luckily, Ameren has restored the power in my place late last evening, but that's a good idea for the future.
Yes, so, yeah, because you can put your refrigerator, your television, depending on the power source.
Just some AA batteries? I don't know.
No. These are lithium batteries.
Okay.
I mean, they have like 3,000 or 4,000 amps or something like that. It depends. But EcoFlow is for the power station. But HSN, you can also order the power station, and the shipping is free.
Nice.
Good. I enjoy the recommendation.
Be handy to have that around the home.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sanford. Thank you, Sanford.
What a delight. Doug Sanford was a delight. Now, they don't like it in the text inbox at all.
Oh, well,
I mean, they
don't like anybody.
Really, really not happy. You guys have a direct line in the Gatesworth hallway. So they just walk by a phone.
Pick it up. They get right on the air, too.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't even go through any filtering.
What in the hell was that?
That was a laugh, I believe, from the New Heights podcast.
Martin is not on board with New Heights, if I'm not mistaken.
Has anything ever been that funny to you in your life?
I don't know that I've ever laughed that hard.
The John Sterling thing.
John Sterling got hit in the face?
Yeah. Well,
Doug, here's
okay.
John Rice. Maybe he will make you laugh like
sure.
that. He is listed in the Air Comfort Service text inbox by Jackson in parentheses as a troublemaker. So heads up, everybody.
No.
If you have kids in the car, beware. John Rice is on the line. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing good. Cool, Jack. I'm glad your electric came back on. This is not a time to have no power. That's for sure.
Ain't that the truth? Thank you, man.
Yeah. Hey, but the reason I called, last Tuesday I called in with some of the trade deadline. I thought based on May's performance recently, I didn't think we get much, but I was at the game Friday night. He was lights out. 6 innings, 8 Ks, but then we had no offense. We lost 4-2. Then Saturday, Palante, 7 shutout innings. He looked great. Yesterday, Leahy, 6 innings, 9 Ks, and 120-degree day. Right now, our starting pitching has been great. It's just another lack of offense, and then, of course, our bullpen blew it yesterday. What do you guys take on that?
Doug, how about that? Kind of laid it out nicely.
Yeah, that was pretty much the recap of what happened. Starting pitching's been really outstanding, but the bullpen not so much.
And the offense has gone south since putting up a bunch of runs at Wrigley, 20-some-odd days ago.
So that's our take.
Do you think we'll have, with May has a great performance this week, he's got one more start. Do you think we'll get something at the trade deadline, you think, for him?
I wouldn't think that the demand is real high for Dustin May right about now. I wouldn't think so. They may try to move him, but I wouldn't think you're going to get a whole lot in return.
I would be shocked. Not that you're saying that they won't trade him. I could understand where you're coming from with as far as the return, but I would be shocked if he was a Cardinal on August 4th. Shocked.
Right.
Do you think? I assume you think he's gone, John?
That's the thing, and we're trying to, move for the youth. And of course, it's got an expiring contract. It'd be nice if we can. I like the guy; he's pitching a great thing for us. But if we can move him and get something for him, it'd be great. Because I don't see him picking up his option in the offseason.
Right.
No, I wouldn't think.
And it's a mutual option,
Right.
So May can bolt.
If we can move O'Brien, maybe Stanek, maybe get something out of there. It'd be nice to move some of those guys and get something back.
One of the conversations, and we have audio of it, is Lance Lynn, former Cardinal, of course, does a podcast with the Cat, Jimmy the Cat Hayes, and he was talking about the idea of trading Mason Wynn. Now, I know Bernie Miklasz has been talking about that for a few weeks, and Lance Lynn laid out not just the reason why, but the reason why Mason Wynn might not necessarily be against it. We have that audio, don't we, Papers?
We have John Denton talking about it.
We have John Denton talking about it. Take a listen to this. You hear that time kill music that Jackson's playing out of his own mouth horn?
I do, yeah.
On Friday of Cardinal territory with host Jim Hayes, Lance Lynn wondered, should the Cardinals be shopping Mason Wynn at this point to try to get a top-line pitcher? If you could get a 1 or a 2 or a 3 ranked pitcher on a team, would you be better off to have J.J. Weatherholt at shortstop and that pitcher in the rotation than you would having Mason Wynn? After all, when you look at the Cardinals' actions, look at where they've invested their money. They've invested their money with J.J. Weatherholt, not Mason Wynn. Mason, like I said, 2024, he looked like a future star. Since then, he had a 91 OPS in 2025, meaning he was 9%. His production was 9% less than the average shortstop. And this year, 79 is his OPS plus this year. He's only hitting .235, on base percentage .311, 12 doubles, 4 home runs. Here's the part that kills you with Mason. 76 strikeouts, only 34 walks. He got the knee cleaned up. We thought he might run a little more. He's only tried to steal 10 bases all season. He's been successful on 8 of those. So, as Lance Lynn pointed out, and it's a very good point, it makes me mad that I didn't think of it first. If you're going to invest possibly $132 million in J.J. Weatherholt, should he not be your shortstop going forward? That's a position where you invest a lot of money.
And he also, and he may have said this, and I may just have not heard it, but Lance Lynn also said that Mason Wynn may be a little irritated that they went to him, as in Weatherholt, and not to Mason Wynn. So, with that established, I part of me believes that outside of the guys, John, you were talking about, John Rice / Troublemaker, still on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, that, we talk about May, we've talked about O'Brien, Romero, I know, is on the IL, and Newt Barr. Who else has been a major, I feel like I'm leaving somebody out, that have been a regular talk of a trade deadline.
Soriano?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like, I think he's got value, certainly, and maybe they would move him, but I feel like there might be another one. Either way, the point being, I think that there could be a bigger move that the Cardinals make that wouldn't be one of those names which have been a major part of Cardinal fans' discussion and I think observers around baseball that they might make because they know, again, they're a game and a half out of a playoff spot. That's a fact. But I don't think that they are, nor do I think that they were planning ever on operating on trying to get this thing over the top for 2026. And if indeed there is a lack of availability because, as we were talking about, all but 6 teams in baseball are within 5.5 games of a playoff spot, I could see Chaim Bloom going more Tampa Bay Rays and potentially trading somebody who wouldn't necessarily be a player that Cardinal fans thought was available. And honestly, I don't really know why, outside of maybe a couple guys, you wouldn't be open to that. And I'm talking about a couple guys in the major league roster, for the record. You know what I mean? Like Weatherholt and Walker, they're not going anywhere. But other than that,
I wouldn't think Burleson's going anywhere.
I agree with you on that, Burleson, yeah. Everything all right? Was that a gastrointestinal situation?
What's that?
Cut that off. We just heard a noise. That could have been one of those farm animals in Sparta, though, that we were.
Maybe you moved in your chair awkwardly. I don't know.
Oh, it was my chair.
So I'm talking about Herrera, Wynn. I don't know. I don't know if they would bail on Liberatore. Not that that would command a lot, but I'm just talking about. I could see this being a spot where the Cardinals might be in a position to deal. And again, I'm not talking about some ridiculous return, but. That they would be more apt to do that. I get what I'm saying is this: so far in the limited sample size we've seen from Chaim Bloom, he isn't afraid to make moves that I think a lot of fans would like to see them make and would be considered bold moves, with the eye not on 2026 per se, but whenever baseball returns. Whether that be at some point, maybe they have the full season in 2027. I certainly don't expect it, but the eye toward the future. And if they find themselves an opportunity to do that, I could see him doing that. But John Denton and Lance Lynn's greater point is Yeah, Mason Wynn is not who the Cardinals went to for an extension. And also, when you look at his offensive numbers, they are not there. And defensively, he has taken a step back. Those things are backed up by the metrics.
If we do move Wynn, who would be your only other options? I'm looking at right now the 40-man to be Prieto or Sajasi, and they've been pretty shaky when they've been up here.
You're talking about what if Weatherholt went to short?
Oh, okay, yeah. If he goes to short, then who's your second baseman?
I don't know. Fermin, maybe?
Okay, that's good. I like that idea. Okay. All right. And just another subject before I get off here, Doug, I got some bad news for you.
Oh, no.
I went to the game Friday night with the son-in-law, and we looked and looked and looked. We couldn't find turkey burgers anywhere. So
They don't have turkey burgers at Busch?
They don't have turkey burgers.
Oh, gosh. All right.
One thing we did find, I think you may be interested in, is down in the lower concourse area, Dinger's Donuts. You were talking about getting a bucket of turkey burgers the other day, but they do have a helmet of donuts you can buy.
Oh, well,
they deep fry them right, those mini donuts. They deep fry them right there. They put the glaze on them. Me and my son-in-law shared a bucket of those.
You had a whole. How many are in a bucket?
It's a little helmet. It's a helmet, you know.
How many are in donuts? How many are in there?
We got a small one. It was like 20. A little mini donuts.
Gosh,
what'd that run?
But they only had that's 10 apiece. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's enough calories for 2 weeks.
I like sausage as much as the next guy.
That's right. So I'm heading back tonight. I got the all-inclusive seats, the Coca-Cola unlimited seats.
So unrelatable.
Hopefully, Libertor can get us at least 5 innings. Let's hope. So.
Yeah, he's on the South Side Seaman, and I'm going up against Doug's team this week, so you're probably pulling against Libertor. Be honest with the audience.
Well, I might be.
See, there you go.
So you're up there in Big Mac Land tonight?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So luckily we get some shade where we're sitting at, so it won't be too bad. But, guys, it's always a pleasure talking to you. It makes my day. You guys are always so cool. I enjoy your time. So,
Thank you, John Rice.
Thank you, John.
There he is, Doug. That's right. And Jackson, don't you feel embarrassed now that you called him a troublemaker? And you know what a delight he is?
That's a cool name.
John Rice Troublemaker?
Yeah.
TMA Reddit Insider is a John Rice lemming. Guys, John Rice just ripped ass on the air. This guy rules.
I don't know that he did.
Something happened.
Who called in from a urinal once?
You the guy calling from a urinal?
Was it Shannon?
Well, I think Mike Shannon called in, and I don't think he thought we would be able to hear that he was relieving himself. And that was...
It could have happened.
But that happens to the best of them.
I mean, if you're just in a kitchen sink and you turn on the faucet, that would sound like it too.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't.
Hey guys, thank you.
Thank you very much. Doug, if you get the large souvenir bucket o donut, it can come with between 25 to 50, depending on the exact option.
They're small though. They're not full size donuts.
Right. Have you ever sat at an outside kind of hot baseball game and said, "Gosh, I wish I had 50 donuts"?
Yeah, and then you can get cinnamon sugar, chocolate glaze, or vanilla glaze, and you can pair it with vanilla custard.
I frankly have had a Dinger donut, and they're tremendous.
Like 1 or 2?
Yeah.
The 50?
50, I wouldn't be able to handle that.
That's the sugar foot right there.
You'd have it.
But it's like funnel cake. It tastes like a funnel cake.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux. I'm not a fan of John Rice Troublemaker. Nothing has ever made more sense for this marble mouth than to be an all-inclusive guy. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Gosh.
And I guess in Ledoux, you guys look down on all-inclusives?
I certainly don't. There's nothing this guy likes more than a bargain. Doug, you've done the all-inclusive seating. What, you had popcorn and water?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Well, I didn't have a lot of choices. I don't drink soda anymore.
You didn't get some chicken tenders?
I wasn't really that hungry. I just kind of felt like I got to go because it came with the ticket.
Right.
I don't know. I just don't like to eat a lot of the greasy food.
Right.
I used to.
If they had turkey burgers,
if I'm starving, I'll eat it.
But what if they had turkey burgers?
I would have had a turkey burger.
Yeah.
You know,
you could bring your own turkey burger.
I don't do a lot of grilling while I'm at the game.
I'm not saying you bring it pre-prepared.
Yeah, you wrap it in foil, put it in your pocket. And
you can. It doesn't have to be that clandestine. They let you bring in food.
Yeah.
Kitty Bates would like a new bylaw to be adopted by the morning after. And Kitty Bates says, unless it's caller Adam, Chairman Steve, Biff, or Big Al, do not answer the phones.
I liked Sanford's call. I liked Sanford's call.
I did too.
And that was about, what again?
So, acquiring some sort of power station, something battery operated that will power my TV, fridge, AC. I don't know.
Was he pushing the home shopping network on us there? Is that what HSN was?
I don't know.
But it would be awfully nice to have just something in your house to get the AC going again.
Sure. It's kind of like a mini generator in a way. Battery-powered generator.
John Rice mashed down the donuts as a liquid sugar line and ran it directly into his CPAP machine. That's from Steven time, so that's what he thinks the noise was.
So he takes the 50 donuts, liquefies them,
puts them in the CPAP machine instead of water.
Right.
And you just inhale this donut dust all night long.
Yeah. So,
and that was the noise.
do you think you'd survive the night?
You'd gain 20 pounds, but
Right.
you'd probably survive the night.
Okay.
Don't ever change, Doug. Don't let them health shame you. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Yeah.
God forbid.
We got an obesity epidemic in this country, and I'm the weird guy because I'd like to eat right.
I asked you what you got, and you said popcorn and water. That was the extent of the conversation. There's no judgment. I asked the question. This is the media, man.
This is the media, man. It's TMA also, and the program is in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Mayor Cara Spencer is going to be in the Stiefel studios at 9 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. Doug, this is where newsmakers go to make news the morning after.
I would think so, yeah.
When big wheels in the market want to reach the most people, they say TMA is the place we shall spend our day, and that's what Mayor Spencer is going to do coming up at 9 o'clock. And then at about 9:45, we'll read perverted emails. But that's also the brand.
Well, it is.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can participate in the program. And, of course, you can text in a wide variety of insults at 314-399-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you also have 273 friends talking in the Form Energy YouTube chat. TMA Remote Lamp, Kitty Bates, Problematic Baseball Dad, and Joshy Tuner all in there talking to Jeremy Hodge because somebody wants to see the Cardinals acquire C.J. Abrams from the Nationals at the deadline. So that's Joshy Tuna who wants to see that happen. So maybe that'd be a fun little deadline acquisition.
I don't know what I'd feel about moving Mason Wynn. I know he hasn't hit much this year, but usually the defense, and it hadn't been as good as it was past years, but that plays every night. When you got a really good defensive shortstop, that's a factor almost every game. And I don't think you could get a top-line starting pitcher for him. I would think.
This dude be bussin'.
Like that changed your mind.
Could you get a fourth or fifth type starter? Maybe. But you're not going to get somebody's ace for Mason Wynn.
John Rice, troublemaker, has issued a statement regarding the noise we heard. Just to clarify, I have an old desk chair. That was the noise. I'd like to apologize if I offended anyone. That's from John Rice, troublemaker, regarding the noise we heard. Mike Francesa dealt with something like this accusation that John Rice, troublemaker, is experiencing.
No one was offended. One of the texters said he thought he went in his pants. That's not true.
I'm going to do some audio forensics in the break.
Compared to the Francesa incident as well. Cara Spencer is in studio at 9 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier. Doug, Joe Buck went into the Hall of Fame this weekend.
Sure did. Congrats to him.
Along with Carlos Beltran, former Cardinal, went in as a Met, and Jeff Kent and Andrew Jones, who I believe now opens the door for Jim Edmonds to go into Cooperstown at some point in the next few years. That took place. The Doggies got themselves a big win. Jackson called it the tertiary lead? The tertiary
Secondary.
lead? Oh, secondary. What's the tertiary lead?
Joe Buck in the Hall of Fame, probably.
Okay. What about the Trailblazers moving here?
Yeah, that'd be
fourth.
I'd say maybe Ahmad Hardy's fourth, and then
the Trailblazers.
Then the Blazers, yeah.
All right. Well, I would have thought you would put
maybe Jackson Coven in the fifth spot.
How about that, Doug?
Okay, we'll try to live with that.
All right, there it is. There is your Lifetime Roofing lead order here on the program, and the program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. They are local. They are the presenting sponsor of this program. They have been for multiple years, and we ask that you support the sponsors. Love the show, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA. That's Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman, and their team of lawyers on the Hill in St. Louis. And if you are in need of an attorney, you want somebody who's local and knows the legal environment, go to getbc.com or call 314-222-2222 and let them know you heard about them on The Morning After. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sitting in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. The program's called The Morning After, and we're broadcasting live from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Now, Doug, Chris Kerber is supposed to join us, as he always does, at around 8:15 on Mondays. But, Jackson, you are efforting right now. I'm looking at him dialing. Look at him. You ever watch that Labor Day telethon, and they'd cut to people, the cameras, and they'd be on the phones, and they'd be, like, really intense?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm looking at right now. There he is. He's got him.
Got him. All right. That's nice.
So Chris Kerber's going to be with us here on TMA. And you can talk it over about if any questions for him in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Form Energy is the sponsor. You go to youtube.com/TMA STL and talk it over here. Form Energy, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra used to be the sponsor of the YouTube chat. They're all under the same umbrella now down there at AB. And Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Only worth it if you enjoy it. It's Michelob Ultra, long-time TMA sponsor. And also, what I would recommend if you're going to be out and about, because, yeah, it's brutal today, but it cools off tomorrow, and then the weather, once again, is really temperate here in the second half of this week. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we are joined by Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you this week?
Wonderful. I'm reading Jeremy Rutherford's story in The Athletic, which I would officially call recommended reading. He just posted it this morning and did an in-depth piece, not just on Robert Thomas, but on his family and on his mindset after what certainly was a time, I think, right around the trade deadline where I don't know what the right emotion would be that he experienced. Probably a variety of emotions, actually. Maybe confusion, disappointment, maybe some frustration. But now, 6 months removed or so, it sounds like he's pretty fired up about the future in St. Louis. How would you characterize anything that you saw, heard from Robert Thomas? Because what we saw from the trade deadline going forth was a player who was on fire and had a hell of a response to it all.
You know, I think we all in our own lives have experienced something where there's just like a wake-up call, like what the job you're working in, the business side of something, whatever it may be. And, you know, sometimes I really think we tend to forget that these athletes that we see and talk about, and you break down numbers and the analytics are there. And then you got to, there's just a reminder of the human aspect, right? That they're human beings that are playing these sports. And, you know, for a guy like Robert Thomas, comes in, makes the team as a teenager, wins a Stanley Cup, you know, in his rookie season, you know, and then kind of plays another good couple seasons with the team. They grow. The team goes into a rebuild. He becomes a center part of it. Like, there's all just a growth process here, and the guy's still 26 years of age. So, you know, all of a sudden then you have a child, you know, the family starts to grow, and, you know, then your name starts getting circulated in trade rumors. You're like, wait a minute, well, where could I be going? I have to make a decision. If this is true, if that's true, what is true, what's not true, that kind of stuff. Man, that's a whole lot to weigh on. So when you see him have the part of the season he had, especially after the trade deadline when all that stuff was gone, you're not at all surprised. And then I think what happens over the next few months, and I've talked to a couple guys that have gone through this, where you get a little more clarity. You don't feel as rushed and pinched to make decisions, and then you feel like you're in a little bit more control of your situation. So I think in the end we saw some real growth. I think there's no doubt that last year is going to be a huge season of personal growth. And honestly, I also think the move of Jordan Kyrou pretty much makes this Robert Thomas's team, kind of in my book. So, you know, I think he's going to get thrusted in, and I thought in the second half of the season handled it really well. Some kind of important leadership aspects of this team. I'm excited to see what happens with them this year.
Has this offseason gone about the way you thought it would with the Blues? Are you surprised by anything, the Kyrou trade or anything else that they did?
No, I actually not at all, Doug. Well, wait a minute. I got to answer that the way you asked. Yes, this offseason has gone just about how I thought it would. I don't think that there were a ton of real surprises in there. I think, you know, you expected change because, you know, you missed the playoffs last year. The Kyrou trade, it got to the point, felt like something really was inevitable on that front, and that happened. The addressing of kind of the grit and the toughness of this team was addressed with Johnston on the first day of free agency, and you still felt that they needed an upgrade in the middle, but they gave you the parameters of their upgrades. They wanted guys within a certain age group with a certain term on their contract, and that's when they go out and went and got McTavish, and in doing so, didn't really give anything up on the roster, used the draft picks that they acquired in the recent trades. So I think in a lot of ways, this offseason went almost exactly how you would have thought it would have gone, where I do believe the team took another step forward in getting better, and now you have to wait and see how that happens on the ice.
There was some thought that maybe they would move Bennington, but they did not. So it looks like they're definitely going into this season with Bennington and Hofer. So who's the number one, or is there a number one?
Well, listen, I think first of all, you know, I don't know how much of a market Jordan Bennington really had in terms of what the return would have been at the trade deadline and moving into the offseason. And then you look at where this team is, and the goaltending depth in the American Hockey League isn't quote unquote NHL ready. They've got two really good goaltenders. You're heading into an 84-game schedule season, and you've got both goaltenders under contract. So the fact that Jordan wasn't moved or isn't moved is no surprise to me. And I think this is good. This is kind of the way you want it to be. There's an opportunity if it comes for both him to agree to a deal that if he's got a modified clause in his contract now, that'll be there. So that's really not a surprise. I think because of some of the goaltending situations around the league and knowing that this guy can still play, that's when you get names here and up in rumors. But I don't know that there's a lot of stock to put in many of those. And now in terms of the number one for next year, I think you saw a changing of the guard in the second half. And it looks, it looks like Joel Hofer is going to come in as the guy that's going to have a chance to have the net. And Jordan Binnington will become the 1A or the 1B. But, we'll see how that plays out with everything that could come along. They're both competitive. But this is a really good tandem. And Jordan is just in such a great spot mentally in terms of life and career. Already gone through things that, say, Robert Thomas was, recently going through that. If there's one spot, much like last year, where I just have zero concern and I consider an absolute strength of this team right now, it's their goaltending.
Yeah, I would think it would be a healthy competition between the two of them, as long as Bennington's okay with it. He's got a lot of juice based on his history and everything he's accomplished. You don't want him to be unhappy. Sounds like what you're saying is he's not. He's okay with the situation.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind, too, is how the Blues have really used their goaltenders. Now, in the last few years, what they've really wanted to do, and especially in the first half of the season, is really kind of rotate the goalies. And and not overuse them. They know the analysis is there when it comes to having a rested goaltender in that second half of the season, or just not an overused goaltender. And the start that the Blues have had in the last few seasons has kind of led them to get away from that. You've got, for example, go back a couple of years, it's Drew Bannister, and they had gone in with the plan of pretty much, split in the first half of the season pretty close to equally with Hofer and Binnington. But you've got a new coach in the National Hockey League wanting to prove himself. Things aren't going right. Well, you're going to go with the guy that can get it done in Binnington, right? And that's happened the last couple of years. So to me, equally as important, Doug, to how they rotate and how they use these goaltenders in the start of the season. And yeah, you are right. I mean, yes, Jordan has to be good with whatever the plan is, but at the same time, you just go out there and you earn it, and they're going to play who's playing well. But I think both these goaltenders will. But the reality of it is that the team in front of the goaltenders, too, has a better start. It's really going to make it better for both these goaltenders and how this team uses them, and I don't think you'll see a lopsided amount of games.
Doug loves guessing games, but Kerb, since you're with us here, you're going to get to play the guessing game, assuming you did not get a chance to read the column over the weekend in The Athletic regarding the franchise's all-time villains. Each franchise, Doug, in the NHL, and beat writers gave their all-time villain for each organization. Did you see the article, Kerbs?
Okay, I saw the article. I have not read it yet. I didn't have time to get into it, but I love kind of the villain aspect of things. That you like. I'm so adamant. We need villains in sports. We need bad blood. So I like the premise.
All right. So therefore, if you did not get a chance to read it yet, you have not seen who Jeremy Rutherford selected as the all-time Blues villain. Can you guess who he selected?
The all-time Blues villain. I wonder if I'm defining villain the same way he is. All right, walking through this, I think I'm going to have to put Tyson Nash as quite an irritant in there.
Oh, no. I see what you're doing. I'm saying the Blues fan base has the greatest dislike for this player.
Oh.
That's what the article is.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. All right. That's another great question. all time. Whew. Geez, I gotta go at some point here. I think I gotta go Red Wing or Blackhawk. Let's see. I mean, to me, is it Eddie Belfour?
It's a nice guess. Doug, would you like to put a puck on the net before I reveal what JR went with?
And just to be crystal clear, this is guys they've played against.
Correct.
How about Bob Probert?
It's a nice guess. Would fall under the Red Wing or Blackhawks, but that is actually not who he went with. 1996 playoffs. Does that give you a hint?
Pat Verbeek?
Oh, the little ball of hate?
Yeah.
I don't believe they went up against him in 96.
Yeah, I don't know the years.
Does that get you home, Kerbs?
Are we going, Steve? Did he go Steve Yzerman?
Nope. I see what you're saying. I think this is more in the hate him because of dirty play him. That's where it's coming from.
Can we have initials, please? Tim?
NK.
Nick Kyprios.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can see that one. But here, okay. Here's where I'll sit over a pizza with Jeremy, and we'll bounce back and forth on this one. Like, all-time Blues villain, I get it in terms of just what he did, but like that, it was one incident, and it was a big one, but it was one incident. To me, somebody like Belfour or even Yzerman. I mean, Yzerman scores that goal, in double overtime, and then at the same time, number of years later, with a low cheap shot, takes out Pronger's knee. I think there's a couple other guys that could fit as kind of longer-term villains.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because it was just a one-off. And yeah, when you think of guys over the years, and, the late 60s, 70s, and part of the 80s kind of predates me, but if I'm thinking of it, yeah, the Kyprios thing was brutal. And I think also that what JR is saying is that there was some intent, and it was a response from a Pronger check to go get Fuhrer and then lead to his playoffs coming to an end. In recent years, I bet Blues fans would probably say a name, and I'm going to go within the last 5 years. Let's see if we're on the same page. And how about this? Okay. It's the same initials.
Yeah, I would absolutely say Nazem Kadri is probably one of the current ones. And ironically, for pretty much the same type of thing, an intentional hit on the goaltender that knocked them out of a playoff series, right? Yep. So, I would definitely say that. I think go back a little bit longer, and I think because of the, wakey for David Backes, I think, Brent Seabrook was there. But the difference is, nobody ever did anything. Like, the thing that drove me nuts about that, Brent Seabrook one was, honest to goodness, after that hit on David Backes and then Brent Seabrook's, and the way that went down, the first time I remember Seabrook ever getting hit again by a St. Louis Blue was when Pat Maroon checked him. The reason it stood out to me was because I was just like, wow, it took somebody that long to hit him. So that's why we just need more villains. Like we do need some bad blood. We do need some things going wrong. We do need I know you don't want the dangerousness of the hit, but my goodness, you miss the rivalry of Claude Lemieux and the Detroit Red Wings, don't you? So I see where Jeremy's going. I think it's a totally fair call. I think I'm probably going to go more towards Belfour, somebody like that, because that was a good 10 years of just hate from Blues fans, whether it was with the Blackhawks or the Dallas Stars. Something like that.
Two Blues, former Blues, were named in the biggest villain of two franchises. However, it's for their work specifically when they were with different organizations. I bet you can guess one, but I don't think you'll get the other. That's where I am. I'm putting you to the test here.
So two Blues
that are the all-time villains for two NHL organizations, but they became the all-time villains when they were not members of the Blues.
Oh, man. I don't even know where to go on this one.
All right. So one, I think
ahead.
when I say it, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And then the other one would be more into the weeds.
Steve Ott didn't get in there?
Otter is not in there.
No.
Maybe someday for somebody.
All right, and we're not going Chaser.
No, we're not going Chaser. No.
We're pretty much staying away from.
We're going Hall of Fame, actually, is where we're going.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay.
Pronger?
No, I kind of thought Pronger might be there, but
Not
no.
Hull.
Hull is there.
Oh,
That's
really?
correct for the Buffalo Sabres.
Brett Hall, okay.
Yeah.
I could see that. All right.
So clearly the list is more based on one-offs, because, it's not like Hull was like a pest. He just was the guy whose skate may or may not have been in the crease.
In
1999. Right. And then the other one is Scott Stevens.
To the Ducks?
For the Ducks. Yep. Several players could contend here, but Kopitar and Lidstrom were too classy to hate. Alfredson firing the puck right at Scott Niedermayer in the 2007 Cup Final still raises the ire of many Ducks fans, but Stevens may never be forgiven for his Game 6 hit on Paul Kariya in the 2003 Cup Final. Kariya paid a heavy price over time, but his resulting off-the-floor, on-the-board goal nearly lifted Honda Center, then Arrowhead Pond off its foundation. So that is Scott Stevens. You don't agree with that one?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know that the Ducks really have any villains. But actually, so what?
Well, he's gone.
You could just be in that
Why?
spot in Wildwood where we're going.
Okay.
I will go through, I think I've told this, may have told this story a long time back, but when one of my seasons, my very first season in Springfield in the American Hockey League, we had a team that could win the whole thing and had a 2-1 series lead on the Hershey Bears. They were being coached by Bob Hartley, who eventually became a great Stanley Cup champion NHL head coach. And we had Kevin McCarthy as our head coach. And Manny Legacy, former Blues goaltender, was our goalie. Well, Denny, we score a game-winning goal on a 2 on the goalie, and this was even before the crease rule was really there. And the toe of our player touched the top of the crease, and Denny LaRue was a referee that waved off this what would have been just an absolute beautiful game-winning goal. And in the process, Manny Legacy got frustrated, swung his stick at the referee, hit him on the back of the leg with it, got a 10-game suspension. Hershey wins that game in overtime. We end up losing the series eventually, and Hershey wins the cup. So in Springfield, you will still find people from a villain standpoint. We'll talk about that one play. So I love the idea of how one singular play or moment, fired up a fan base that they'll never forgive.
Yeah,
I love that part.
I'm sure if they went around baseball, I would imagine David Freese, super nice guy, absolutely hated forever.
Probably
in
so.
Texas. It just.
Okay, but for us, for the three of us, right? Don Denkinger is going to rate right up there with any of them.
That's all timer. Yeah, you go player. Now you got to be of a certain age, but Jeffrey Leonard was absolutely hated around here.
Oh yeah. One flat down.
Yeah, one flat down. 87 NLCS. That's exactly right. So yeah, it's who gets you. But then there's the dirty play element that can factor into the thing. And the Giants and Cardinals had that scrap, Doug. Do you remember that? Jose Oquendo and Ozzie Smith going up against Will Clark. That's right.
Yep.
Who became a fan favorite.
Yeah, and I saw yesterday or 2 days ago, Will Clark's daughter is Miss Louisiana.
I saw that as well. She was celebrated in San Francisco. Curbs, we always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much. Have a great week.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you a little later.
All right, that's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Mayor Cara Spencer going to be in studio in about 20 minutes here on the program. That's on the polosplus.com dossier. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN.
Okay, so you saw the heat index yesterday, right? 115 in the shade. Some spots were up over in the 120. You know where the heat index wasn't high? In my house. That air conditioner is taken care of by Classic Air Care Heating and Cooling. They made sure it's running, and on the hottest days of the summer, this thing is running perfectly. They come out, they maintain it. I have them check it just to make sure that it's not breaking down when I need it the most. They'll do that for you. Get online at classicaircare.com. They'll make sure that the thing is up and going and ready to go. Look, if this heat is taxing it and it's not performing and not running and not blowing cold enough air the way it should, get them out there before something major happens. And if you do need a major repair, maybe you've got a quote from another company, call Classic Air Care anyway. They're going to give you a free second opinion. Let them make sure that what you're being told is accurate, right, and you're getting the best price and the best deal and the best service you possibly can. Go online, check out their Google reviews. They got 9,000 five-star reviews at classicaircare.com. See the customer service I'm talking about. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sitting in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's vacationing, and little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff. I had people coming up to me this weekend telling me how much they love you.
Get out of here.
I'm starting to get pissed about it because, as you know, I'm an insecure narcissist. Is that what you text everybody?
Yeah, right.
And I don't like when people talk about liking other people on the show.
Yeah, it's bad.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that. I had a similar thing where someone yesterday told me how much they love 101 ESPN. They're like, I'm like, oh, yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. And he's like, yeah, I listen only in the afternoons. I really like those guys in the fast lane. And he kept talking about how much he loved them. And I was like, yeah,
he was talking to Jackson Burkett?
I know. I was like, no, they're great guys. And he kept talking about it. I was like,
did you say, don't you know who I am?
I was like, yeah, I mean, I was like, yeah, Jamie's kind of,
okay.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I guess. And then I started, after a while, I was like, all right, no, you know what? I don't like any of them.
Oh,
Radio Wars.
Good for you.
I went full. I totally turned. At first, I said how much I love those guys and how great of a show they do. And then by the end, I said, nope, Radio Wars.
You've heard enough.
Yeah. We're scrapping with them.
You had your feelings hurt a little bit.
No.
Sounds like it.
Well, but that's nice. I'm glad people are
loving you.
Complimentary. That feels good.
Send your compliments in for Jackson at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can also share those in the Form Energy YouTube chat, TMA STL YouTube channel, and email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Mayor Cara Spencer is going to be in studio at 9 o'clock here on the program, Doug, talking about the Rams money and where it is going.
Okay.
And, of course, we're going to ask her if the Trailblazers will be here this October or next
year.
October.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a case for Jackson Burkett to be the play-by-play man for the Spirits of St. Louis.
Would you take that job?
Of course.
The renamed. But that means you might have to leave this show.
You'd have to quit here.
Well, says who? We do the show in the morning. That's a nighttime gig.
But when you're traveling around the country, let's say you got to go out to Las Vegas to take on their expansion franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be up early in the morning there.
Right. Well, no. Someone will do the show in my stead. But on days, home games, and in the off season, I'd be right here.
So now you're just adding expense to 101 ESPN.
But they also get the value of having the play-by-play guy
There it is.
for the NBA team on the station.
All right.
So
Probably worth it.
I would
Probably
think.
worth it.
I would think.
Have you done any play-by-play?
Not a lick.
All right, you're ready.
If you could handpick your color guy and the world is your canvas, who are you taking?
Boy, I'd like to talk. Larry Hughes, I think, would be really good.
Oh, that's kind of a nice take.
Yeah, I'd like Larry Hughes.
All right.
Might be a lot of work for somebody who's already worth a couple $100 million.
Larry Hughes?
Yeah.
But he gets to do the game with Jackson.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady calls games.
Yeah, he does. But they're also paying him, what, another $17, $20 million? Or is it more than that to do once a week?
Yeah.
Kitty Bates with a question, Jackson. This is an opportunity for you to respond to the questions in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. I like when the people ask us questions as opposed to assuming they know the answers. You know what I'm saying? Wait, so Jackson was so upset someone didn't know who he was. He was crying into his Frank Haith body pillow and was so upset he ran to his parents' house last night? That's Kitty Bates.
Well, you try to make a joke, and that's what happens.
Oh, no.
Try to make an innocent little crack in
You
there.
got rid of the body pillow.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't take it to the lake.
Well, no, probably have another one down there.
TMA Remote Lamp is sending in questions for us to ask Mayor Spencer when she's in studio here in a few minutes. Number one, when will the sinkhole be repaired? Number two, should St. Louis just lean in and become the sinkhole city?
It's kind of the antithesis of the mound city.
Right. Yeah, we're going. The mound city dug above the ground, the sinkhole city below the ground. Ah, yes.
Real Jekyll and Hyde situation.
Could they take some of the mounds and fill up the sinkholes?
They're going.
You ought to ask her that. That might be the first question.
This guy, you just spot a job in the cabinet.
They're going wild in the sinkhole city.
See?
God has a nice ring to it.
Doug, now Jackson's going to be calling games for the Spirits of St. Louis when they're renamed after moving to Portland. But Joe Buck called games, and he did so, of course, to start with the St. Louis Cardinals before he then went on to Fox calling Super Bowls and World Series and now ESPN and Monday Night Football. And he went into baseball's Hall of Fame with the Ford C. Frick Award this weekend. I watched that speech. What a great speech by Joe Buck. Papers, what do we have here?
This is kind of Joe talking about kind of recapping his career and comparing it a little bit with his father's. That was the fun.
Go ahead and hit the lever, please.
While my dad was predominantly the eyes and ears for Cardinal fans, I became that for Fox Sports. I was given that responsibility, and it was heavy at times. But my God, it is the best job and the most fun you can have in this business, in any sport. Broadcasting the World Series, the MLB All-Star Game, there is nothing better than that. My opportunity knocked at the perfect time in 1996. The Yankees won also in 98, and they're back. They're back on the map if they ever left, but they hadn't won in a while. 2001 World Series, and the weight of a heartbroken city and country after the attacks of 9/11 and the first pitch by President Bush, still one of the most powerful moments I've ever seen on a sporting field. The Diamondbacks winning it all in 7 on a walk-off hit against Mariano Rivera. 2002, the year my dad died, in June, when ironically the Angels were in St. Louis, and then months later, there they are winning it in a thrilling 7-game series. I won't go year by year, but I'll talk about a curse that was broken in 2004, an 86-year-old one, and I got to remind the nation that Red Sox fans had longed to hear that their team had won it all. The White Sox the following year with almost flawless pitching and timely hitting. My Cardinals, yes, I said that, my Cardinals, winning in 2006 and again in 2011, when I got to tip my cap to my dad and use his line from 20 years earlier. And then a few years later, 108 years after they had last won the World Series, this St. Louis kid got to scream that the Cubs had finally won it all into a microphone. Am I lucky? Yes, I am.
He's not lucky. He's just great at what he does. He's just outstanding.
I
don't know that anyone's ever done it better.
The premise for his speech was, with apologies to Lou Gehrig, I'd like to state why I believe I am the luckiest man on the face of the earth. So that was what he was laying out. It's a speech you can watch on YouTube, and I would recommend it. It was really, really well done. Not a surprise that it was really well done, but it was a wonderful tribute. Had his whole family there. His mom was there in '87, just like Joe was, to watch Jack Buck go into the Hall of Fame, and Joe went in on Saturday. They have the player ceremony on Sunday. Andrew Jones, Jeff Kent, and Carlos Beltran going in. Beltran going in as a Met. Doug, when will the next time we see somebody go in as a Cardinal be?
Oh, Pujols.
Yes. Do you think he will share the stage with Yadier Molina?
I'm going to guess no.
I would agree with you on that. Now, I think they'll both be in, but I don't think that Molina will be first ballot, and I think Pujols will be.
Oh, yeah, Pujols could be unanimous.
Well, there's always that guy.
Well, somebody snuck through. Rivera, right?
Right.
Who would not vote for Albert Pujols for the Hall of Fame? What kind of jackwagon would say, I don't think he quite has the numbers?
Yeah, it's crazy. Mariano Rivera is the only player with the unanimous selection. I mean, an outstanding, no doubt deserving of it, but how many other deserving people are there?
Plenty.
You know?
Plenty that you would just say, yeah, we don't even have to vote. He's in.
Right.
Derek Jeter received 396 out of 397 possible votes.
You think it's like one guy?
Yeah. Only one rider left him off the ballot, and that voter decided to stay private as opposed to enjoy his time being talked about for months on WFAN
You think it was
by Pete in Staten Island.
It was that same woman who had the worst college football top 25 and said her process is her process.
That's the answer.
Like Arizona State lost to a team and she had them ranked higher than them.
I would think, Doug, that Albert Pujols will be unanimous, but
I bet there's one guy.
You think there'll be one guy?
If Jeter,
Mariano Rivera,
right?
Was, the only one.
Again, totally deserving of it, but I could think of 10 other players who are
at least
unbelievably deserving.
Maybe
of it.
Hank Aaron.
I was going to say Hank Aaron. Who saw Hank Aaron? It was like
three people left Ken Griffey Jr. off.
Yeah, it's like who sees that and they're like, I need to see more.
Yeah.
In fairness, Francesa didn't know Itria had 3,000 American hits, so that he could have been much like the voting contingent there.
Mayor Cara Spencer is going to be in the Stiefel studios here in a matter of moments. We look forward to talking it over with her, talking about what the city has decided to do with the Rams' money. Jackson is not only going to make a case for the Trailblazers, but also to become the new play-by-play guy. So that's going to be a two-part question.
Yeah, the mayor has the power to do.
That's correct. So that's coming up here on the Polos Plus dossier. How about this, Doug? Last week, garage door goes out.
Oh, hello, Schaefer.
Yeah, Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door. And not only did I have a new garage door within hours, I didn't realize just how incredible, number one, the Schaefer Door work is at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. But the difference is with this garage door, when you get a new garage door from Schaefer Door, it's as quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, you barely hear it going up.
Unbelievable. Every morning when I leave my house to get here as early as 3:30 in the morning, and sometimes it's 6:59:50.
Yeah, it's a 3.5 hour commute.
I'll open that garage door and I cringe to hear the sound it makes. So then I close the door to not hear it. That's true. And now that I have this garage door, I enjoy the serenity as it lifts on the beautiful St. Louis morning. And we get ready to talk it over with St. Louisans for the next 5 hours on YouTube and 101 ESPN. And that's because of Jason Gosrow's door It's as quiet as a mouse. It's unbelievable. I can't believe it. I mean, it's a delight. The garage door opening process is now a delight. Schaefer Door can do that for you. Are you driven up the wall by your garage door? Did you have a garage door that broke over the weekend? Go to SchaeferDoor.com and work with longtime TMA sponsor Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door is online at SchaeferDoor.com, and that's Jason Gassrow and his team. And they saved the day for me and my family, and we are very grateful for it and recommend it to you. And plus, you will experience a nice, quiet door now. It's Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master authorized dealer. Mayor Cara Spencer next in studio here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Cubs tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Matthew Liberatore on the mound. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. We welcome you to participate in the program anytime you would like by texting in 314-399-9646. You can watch our conversation on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Open up your YouTube app and you can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And, of course, you're always welcome to call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-3999. 0101. Doug, you've always said about this program.
What's that?
That is celebrating its 22nd birthday this month, that this is the show where newsmakers go to make news.
Yeah, every 10 years or so we get somebody who's important.
every other decade. So you might have noticed that sitting on your right is the mayor of the city of St. Louis. That's Cara Spencer right over there.
Hello, Mayor. What do we call you? Ms. Mayor, Mayor? Or
oh, well, you
Cara,
know, I suppose any of them work. You know, you can call me Cara here.
How about that?
How about that?
There you go.
Nice.
Well, Cara, we appreciate you coming into the studios. Thank you so much, number one. And we have a variety of things to talk it over with you about. So thank you so much, and we appreciate the audience. The audience is welcome to submit their questions as well by texting in or in our YouTube chat. Let's start with the Rams money. I mean, what a process this has been. I watched the hearings, the wide variety of I did. Yes, I was one of the 50 people in the YouTube.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those were long.
I'm curious, number one, of course, where you finally arrived on what to do. But also, I think the audience would appreciate some of the backstory as to how it evolved over the years to get to where you went.
Well, you know, it's interesting. We invited the lawyers, the attorneys that were really responsible for landing that settlement here to our big announcement. And I was reminded that this really started over 10 years ago when that lawsuit was filed. So this has been an ongoing work. Of course, since receiving those funds, it's only been, you know, a little over 4. But the negotiations have been going on since that time. And, you know, as we have been, as you know, the Board of Aldermen played a critical role in approving those funds. And so working with them along the way has been just a huge piece of it. I mean, from my perspective, I think what is important to remember is that we were awarded these funds in recognition of a lost revenue source. You know, when you have a major sporting team like the Rams, they bring an enormous amount of revenue in for the city, for any city where you have a major sports team playing, and the loss of that was a blow to our city and a blow to our bottom line. And so making sure that we invested those dollars in a way that could spark new revenue streams was important as we developed what the core of those investments needed to look like.
Is this right? I'm reading $120 million goes to North St. Louis, $80 million for city infrastructure, $55 million for downtown revitalization.
That's right.
That's about right.
That's right.
Is that what you were hoping for going into this process?
You know, when I was running for mayor before the tornado, I talked about those 3 buckets, recognizing that we have a huge amount of deferred maintenance in our infrastructure. You saw that with the big sinkhole recently that developed under the highway. And, you know, North St. Louis, when you think about the economics of a city, you think about those pieces that are sort of costly liabilities, and you think about moving them over to the asset side of the ledger sheet. And North St. Louis is an area where we do a lot of mowing. We have a lot of investment, required maintenance, but the population has really left. And so revitalizing North St. Louis is an important part of the economic development strategy of the city. And then, of course, investing in downtown is vitally important. The tornado hit, and so the priorities shifted a little bit there. And then, of course, there was just a lot of negotiation with the Board of Aldermen of land where we needed to live, somewhere where we could get it through. But largely speaking, those 3 buckets are absolutely what I had envisioned when I ran for this seat over a year ago.
Mayor Cara Spencer is in studio with us here on The Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch our conversation live on the TMA STL YouTube channel as we speak. So part of the funds, in addition to the tornado relief, going to downtown St. Louis, what would you characterize the importance of that being as far as where you envision those funds going for downtown?
Well, you know, you all know we've got some really exciting things going on downtown, from the Brick Line to the development of the Millennium site, further expansion of Ballpark Village. And we've got some phenomenal opportunities from the Railway Exchange, the AT&T Tower. So these funds are really going to be investing in a way that really sets the stage for private investment. It's not really going to fill that whole gap. It's not going to redevelop the Railway Exchange building, but it can really fill in those financing gaps and help us figure out how to get those things moving in the right direction. We've also got an $8 million retail activation fund, so we'll be able to bring in some new exciting retail to downtown, and of course something that will be exciting to your listeners will be the $2.5 million sports and events fund. So we're all aware of the Olympic the figure skating trials.
Yeah.
That was so exciting. And, that brought in $20 million of economic activity for the city of St. Louis. So it helped rebrand us, of course, in the eyes of so many people around the world. Got to see St. Louis associated with something they dearly love. And we're looking to invest $2.5 million in a revolving fund that will help ensure that we can continue to bring those large events downtown.
Well, what kind of retail are you talking about? I mean, when I was at Channel 4, I often had the thought, if I spill something on my shirt, there's not even a store here to go buy another one.
Yeah.
There's not a store anywhere close to that downtown area.
Well, sure. And that didn't always be the case. I mean, when I was growing up, obviously we had Dillard's and a whole host of exciting...
had a big Macy's and
that's
a mall there.
That's right.
Where'd you grow up, if you don't mind me asking?
Where did I grow up?
Yeah.
Well, I was born in South St. Louis City, raised primarily in the unincorporated St. Louis County area. So I went to Parkway schools. But we were in downtown. My father worked at Stiefel, so we were down at that mall. Of course, we went to the Fudge Factory and all that on a regular basis. And you're right, there was a lot of retail back then. And so, but right now, when you look at what's revitalizing downtowns, it's not necessarily those big stores, but it's the smaller retails that are exciting. So it's about some of those retail, but it's also about restaurants, walkability, making downtown a place where visitors from the rest of the St. Louis area and from around the world can come in and spend money and feel like they have exciting things to do just walking around.
I was reading an article, and I have it up in front of me here, from St. Louis Public Radio, and you were interviewed regarding Detroit having a big renaissance. Could St. Louis experience the same thing? And I think still to this day, I think if people aren't really following it closely, they still think of Detroit as being what Detroit was, but Detroit certainly experienced a renaissance. I live downtown. My business was downtown. I lived in downtown on Wash Avenue from 2009 to 2012. Grew up in the city like you did as well, and I have a great affinity for the city of St. Louis, of course. I'm curious how you would see it being a possibility for downtown St. Louis and the city of St. Louis to experience what Detroit has experienced.
Well, absolutely. I mean, my team has been engaging with many, many members of the Detroit team. In fact, we have some of them on contract right now. But, talking with their governor, talking with, their former mayor, Mike Duggan, who's been a great mentor, thinking through how to really streamline, how to improve the basic function of city government, and walking through that renaissance. What did it look like? A lot of it was really centered around investing in that core downtown along the riverfront and activating it. But a lot of it was really building trust with the neighborhoods and making the city just operate better. So it's a both and we're approaching St. Louis investment in the same way. We've got to have our tax base, our residents sticking around, but the downtown is the economic engine of any successful city. And so you've got to not only bring people down there, you've got to give them a reason to return and a reason to stick around while they're there. And that means some of that, of course, you want to buy a shirt.
Yeah, just one shirt.
You just want to buy a shirt, but how about if you can go out and buy a cup of coffee, a glass of wine, and a few appetizers? Those are disposable dollars that really make a difference in a local economy.
And now there's a real perception, maybe especially among older folks, that it's just not safe. How do you fight that battle to make people think it's okay to come downtown?
It's about bringing them down for those events. I mean, the 4th of July celebration that we had this year was absolutely spectacular. And anybody who was down here or even saw the after photos online or on TV could see that it was enormously fun and wildly successful. And so, again, these activation funds where we're bringing in large events, we're bringing in those sporting events like the figure skating event, like the Olympic marathon trials that are coming next year. I mean, these are wildly exciting opportunities for new audiences to check out downtown and see that it really is a safe place to be. Our crime statistics have been trending absolutely and spectacularly in the right direction citywide, but in particular in downtown and downtown west, you're seeing those numbers going absolutely in the right direction. For me, I'm down there every single day, riding my bike, walking, and I do feel safe on a regular basis in our downtown.
Mayor Cara Spencer is in studio with us here on TMA. A bunch of questions coming in from our audience. You can send yours at 314-399-9646. I want to make sure I ask about this. When you were on the Board of Aldermen, I know one of the things, because we said you were coming in studio, and some people in the audience, this is a sports station, are like, oh, I remember her when she was fighting against the Blues and the Enterprise Center renovations. Mm-hmm. So then there is a perception from that you are not pro-sports. So I want to give you the opportunity to, however you would like to describe that. But then also, in addition, the Portland Trailblazers and what they're dealing with there now has some attention locally regarding the possibility of that in St. Louis. So those are my two questions. How would you respond?
Well, look, in any good negotiation, you have to have both sides represented. And I did not feel like the city was well representing their financial interest in that particular deal. But do I support the Blues? Absolutely. I recognize the St. Louis Blues, our SC Soccer, the St. Louis Cardinals, they have huge returns for the city. I think the taxpayers needed to buy the Jumbotron and that sort of thing? I really didn't, and that's why I was fighting on that. But look, I have to give the Blues credit for fighting for what they believed was right, what they wanted, their best financial interests. And, at the end of the day, we still have a great relationship. We're working right now on some traffic calming and other things around the stadium to make sure that the visitor experience there matches what the quality of the team and our city deserves. So for me, it's all about having that balance.
And the Portland Trailblazers in the city of St. Louis getting an NBA team. Jackson, I think, would make a wonderful play-by-play guy, number one. But number two,
all right.
Number two, what are your thoughts on that situation? Is it something that your office monitors? When
what's funny, just to kind of marry that back to the conversation about the Blues, I always thought in my dream world that stadium could serve a dual purpose. So that at the time when we were looking at those investments, I thought, well, why can't we kind of rethink this whole stadium experience and consider an NBA here as well? So absolutely something that's on the radar, something that would be, I think, a great benefit to St. Louisans. And so keeping my ears to the ground.
All right, Doug, sounds like it's a done deal, and we can announce that
not quite a done deal. I
can announce that in the next segment. Another question that we're getting people asking about is the airport, and that has certainly also experienced a variety of changes. Where would you characterize it as we sit here on July 27th, Mayor?
Well, we pulled back. We had some major investments many years ago that really ended up costing us in the long run, in that it was very expensive to do business at the airport as we're paying off those debts. But where we are right now, we're at a really exciting inflection point for the airport. We're obviously doing a huge consolidation of the terminals and designing what that looks like. And what's really, really, I think, critical about those investments is that the city, the airport, isn't doing this alone. We're doing this in conjunction and collaboration with the business community. It's really helping us drive that. And it's coming at a time, we've had a long-term director, Rhonda Homnebergy, who's retiring here this year, very soon, and has dedicated the end of her career, a good part of her career, to making St. Louis Lambert International Airport a viable opportunity for airlines, and really re-envisioning it as a hub for Southwest. And so as we are finalizing these negotiations and interviewing folks this week and next for that top job, it's just a really, really exciting time for the airport. Obviously, we all recognize there's a lot to be desired there. We've got some amenities we've got to get serious about investing in, and having the business community alongside with us as we make these decisions, I think will make sure we land in the right place for St. Louis.
How long do you think that might take before the airport improvements are done and finished and finished product?
Well, we're looking at less than we're hoping for a 5-year timeline, more or less. But, we've got some final negotiations to do here as we get out that final build. And that's exciting, as we are honing in. We've got such beautiful bones. Those beautiful domes are just, it's what many other airports have been modeled after. And so I'm really looking forward to continuing to see that excellence shine and breathing new life into both the functionality and the design of the airport.
I said we'd get to a couple questions from our audience. Doug, you know Mr. Licks. He's
sure.
Of course, a wealthy individual. He says, Mayor Spencer, most of the $255 million Rams settlement is going toward one-time recovery and repair, which the city clearly needs. But was there any consideration of structuring part of it as a revolving development fund so the money could be recycled into new deals and actually grow the tax base rather than have the money be spent on one event?
Well, I don't know that I would classify that as one event. What I kind of talked about a little bit earlier, North St. Louis is an area that, we spend a lot of money policing. We spend a lot of money mowing. We have a huge amount of liabilities. What
do you have to mow?
Well, the city owns a lot of parcels, a lot of vacant land. There's a lot of illegal dumping.
You got to go house to house, and the city has to pay to mow the lawns.
Oh,
Yikes.
Thousands. It's
really
wildly expensive. Absolutely. And then we have out-of-town investors who've just picked up properties all over North St. Louis, and they don't take care of them. The grass right now in many parts of North St. Louis is taller than me. It was, when you miss them. And so then when you miss the mow cycle, and so the city has to come out and mow them because it's wildly dangerous, actually. People are hiding, doing all sorts of things in these vacant lots. So having vacancy is a wildly expensive endeavor. It plays into the crime rates. It plays into all sorts of things. And so, again, I think it's about moving things on your ledger sheet from the liability side to the asset side. And so we're making those investments in a strategic manner. We haven't done them yet. Some of those are going to be in the repair side of things. But what we're really trying to do is spark a market. And we're investing in a way that can really bring in home builders and bring in new buyers and new residents to an area that has seen massive population loss over my lifetime.
Do you ever show up from work with all these fires going on everywhere, thinking, well, where do I start?
It's like I guess the old adage, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Mm-hmm. And we have got a great team. I really, it's about balancing. So I just announced our big strategic vision for the next few years. And while we have 5 big pillars and 5 things underneath them and 25 things in all, we had to whittle down a ton to get there. And we do put on our blinders and say, okay, does this fit into the strategic vision for St. Louis? If not, we're going to put this on the back burner so we can really focus on delivering better services, improving the quality of life for our residents, and an economic development plan that can put us on the path for growth.
Mayor Cara Spencer in studio with us. I've got one final question. What so far has been the biggest surprise now that you are actually the mayor? And what is something that has been perhaps the biggest satisfaction in your time as mayor?
The biggest challenge and the biggest satisfaction, I would say, the tornado was a huge challenge. What's surprising to me is how much while this work is very hard and every day it feels insurmountable, it's wildly enjoyable. I mean, I have a great team. I love doing this work every day, and I do see a difference day to day. You know, people call being in public office a thankless job. I get thanked every single day. St. Louisans are so grateful. They have a mayor that they, largely feel like really cares about our city, cares about making things better. Our workforce is phenomenal, and it's enormously gratifying to help make St. Louis a better place.
Mayor Cara Spencer in studio with us here on TMA. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for your time.
Of course, anytime.
We really appreciate it. That's Mayor Cara Spencer here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, this show has always had presidents, senators, county executives, mayors, all want to come in, but we have a lot to get to, and so we don't always have the time for them. But in this case today, we did, and Mayor Cara Spencer in studio. Jackson, you got a chance to hear from the mayor on the Portland Trailblazers, and
yeah, I thought it was productive. I thought that there was certainly seems like she would be interested in hearing something out. She represents the taxpayers, and so if it's valuable to the taxpayer, valuable to the city of St. Louis, I think that who would be interested. And I think the city of St. Louis would be interested as well.
Oh, yeah. She said several times how much money the teams bring into the city.
Right.
It'd be wonderful to have, but, at the same time, a mayor or a public figure is caught between a rock and a hard place when stadiums and arenas need improving. Mm-hmm. Do you give money to billionaires to improve their product, which would make a lot of fans happy with better stadiums, or do you actually help people that really need help and put out more important fires? It's kind of a fine, difficult
lose-lose situation in a little bit, in a way.
What was that?
Could be a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, it could be. You really think there's any chance the Portland Trailblazers are moving here?
Jackson, you have it as a coin flip right now?
No, I don't have it as a coin flip.
It's just something to pay attention to, Doug.
It's something worth monitoring, I would say.
You can monitor it, I guess.
It's the most positive development for an NBA team to come to St. Louis in the last decade.
And the positive development is Chaffetz has a piece of the team?
In addition to the Trailblazers seemingly struggling to negotiate with the city of Portland for updates to the Moda Center.
And you think if it was up to Chaffetz and the team was going to move, he'd come here?
Well, I don't know. I think that them moving would be because Seattle's going to get the expansion team, so they could still have a foothold in the Northwest. So it's not like the NBA would be like, no, they have to stay there. And they'd explore options. I don't know, though. I'm just saying it's something worth monitoring.
I don't know court basketball like you do.
Why did you say court?
Because that's the way you call it properly.
If they picked up and moved today with the roster as is, who's the face of the trip?
Ja Morant.
Oh, yeah, that Ja moved up there.
Yep. So that'll be fun.
So we've already got our favorite player.
Yeah.
For a team that has
our announced team.
1% chance of moving here.
Burkett and Hughes.
Beautiful uniforms.
You like the uniforms?
Oh, they're great.
Doug, you like the Blazers uniform?
It's
great.
I haven't seen them lately. But
great logo.
So Clyde Drexler retired number is going to be hanging from the Enterprise
Dr.
Center
Jack
rafters
Ramsey.
here within the next few weeks.
So
Marcus Aldridge.
Does that make Memphis the natural rival?
Yes.
So Ja going against his old squad. Okay, it's all making sense, Doug.
For the record, Portland City councilors held a town hall on Saturday offering the public a chance to ask questions about the contentious debate over whether to fund a remodel of the Moda Center. And that is where this is coming from. The building is 31 years old, Doug. So they'd be moving from one 31-year-old building to another when this happens.
Yeah.
And is owned by the city since Paul Allen's estate sold the building to the city of Portland for $1 in 2024. The town hall started at 11:30, lasted an hour, 100 people showed up, and they were not happy. As you might imagine, Tom Dundon is the gentleman who purchased the Trailblazers earlier in the year. Jackson, does he have the Portland Trailblazers and anybody listed on the Stanley Cup?
So, I don't follow.
He owns the Hurricanes.
Oh, okay. Good for him.
And he got attention more for the Hurricanes than having his family on there.
He put his family on the Stanley Cup?
I thought we talked about this, but it might have been real.
I think I was behind the board that day, so I don't think he was here for that.
Yeah, he put his family members' names on the Stanley Cup.
Did he really put the family pet on there, or was that a joke?
Doug, did you see the family gerbil's name?
I didn't see that. No.
What's this guy's name?
Tom Dundon.
Tom Barry Lyndon? Who?
What? What's going on right now?
I heard gerbil and I heard Tom something. Is it Tom Gerbil?
Tom Gerbil.
Gerbil Enterprises?
That's correct. Gerbil Enterprises, yeah.
Okay, I guess that's how you buy a hockey team. Gerbil Farm.
He put the name Dax on there, which people joked was his dog's name, but that's actually one of his children.
Okay.
So maybe he just loves that podcast.
Does anybody else put their family on the Stanley Cup?
I don't believe they have.
I thought it was exclusively for those who have won the Stanley Cup.
Well, that's why it got some attention.
Daddy Padres on there, and that bothered people?
He is not on there.
Oh, great. Just what John needs to be in St. Louis with his gun problem. It's a little beer cat, so it sounds like he is against Ja Morant and the Blazers. Jackson.
Yeah, it sounded like a take that would come from a faceless guy on Twitter.
Boom! You just picked on Little Beer Cats. Have fun on After the Morning After.
Yeah, no one's ever done that before.
Let's see. He actually left the equipment manager off, who had been with the team since they were in Hartford. But Dax was on. Equipment manager not.
If you're a family, don't you feel like, oh boy, now this is going to be a whole thing?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think that the commissioner would step in and say, wait a minute, you're not going to do that to the Stanley Cup?
I would think.
Who was it that was taking down old pictures at Rams Park of people that had kind of Spags did that?
Mm-hmm. Said we moved on to a new era. We don't need to remember these Super Bowl winners.
How'd that go for him?
A lot of people.
Well.
A lot of people want the name Tom Gerbil in the text.
We're only a couple of days from August. August is right around the corner.
Yeah, so somebody just remember, put it in your phone as a reminder for our first show in August right at 7 a.m. because there's going to be a list. Tom Gerbil, and Jackson will switch your name. You can be in there as the...
So what's the Hurricanes owner's name, his actual name?
The guy who owns the Blazers, same guy.
Tom Dundon.
Dundon, okay. Mr. Dundon.
But DBA Tom Gerbil.
Right. Well, this is going to be awkward if his play-by-play guy's calling him Tom Gerbil.
St. Louis would pack the arena for an NBA team. The problem is the corporate dollars. Otherwise, we'd alternate nights at Scott Trade between Melville and the Central Corridor. That's from Arbor Day, Doug, who's a 4-time Texter of the Year.
The corporate dollars are crucial, and it's not just to buy out the suites. That's part of it, but it's also to buy out thousands of season tickets. Mm-hmm. When you go to the Enterprise Center, there's businesses all over town that have got 2 season tickets here, and this company's got 4, and that's who you sell the bulk of the season tickets to.
Sure, but I think I don't know I'm not in the world of corporate sponsorship, but I feel like St. Louis, every time that a new team or something new sports-wise has shown up here, there's been a groundswell of support from the people. And I don't know if that necessarily always coincides with corporate sponsorship, but I think the Dogs, St. Louis City SC, a building of comparable size to the Enterprise Center, is a good example. Packed every night, have corporate sponsors, I don't know. And play soon to be a similar season as the Blues.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the Blues would think about it because they'd be fighting for dates.
Right.
They'd both want Saturday night.
But there's many a city that
does the same
both.
thing.
Yeah. So there is a precedent.
So it sounds like they're coming.
I don't see a world where they don't end up here.
No, it's almost like a given at this point.
Funny, we had an NFL team that had no sponsor issues. That's from the Veiled Prophet, Doug, who hosts a ball.
Well, I think we all can establish that the NFL is in a different world than any other professional sport in this country.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I ran into John Morant at an open house at a bungalow at Hampton and Loughborough over the weekend. That's from Big Tough, so he's already looking around for, and he's going to live at Hampton and Loughborough.
I wouldn't think so.
And my neighbor.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Well, give me a landmark. What's at Hampton and Loughborough?
It's not as good as Donut Drive-In, but there's a little donut shop there.
Oh, and that's what's bringing the John Morant and his family here?
He might go for that Helmet O' Donuts at Busch.
Oh, yeah. John Rice Troublemaker likes those.
Okay.
St. Louis is just fine without an NBA team. It's boring as hell. That's from Big Paws. So, Doug, we will decline because it is boring.
I don't know if we're seen as a big basketball town. I mean, the Billikens, until this last year, they played in front of, mediocre crowds at best. I'm not sure that we have a real reputation for a town that would support basketball in a big way.
I wholeheartedly disagree. I think this is a city that loves all sports in a major, major way, and it's just we just have denied access to them.
We haven't been denied access to Billiken basketball.
That is, as much as I love SLU, and especially with the recent developments, that's not even in the same ballpark as an NBA game. It's not even it's not the same thing at all.
No, but it's major college basketball, and the only game in town. It's
mid-major college basketball.
Oh my God!
But I'm saying, look at the crowds at the bragging rights game, packed to the gills every single time.
That's one game. You can do one game.
Okay, but
can you do 40?
The city is go to any on a sporting weekend, like a weekend in the summer, AAU tournaments out the wazoo around the city. People playing basketball at all times.
They're not going to Cardinal games very much right now.
They love. I'm telling you, I think this city would support we've seen this city support pretty much every single major sport. I haven't had basketball here since the 60s, but when the Rams were good and not threatening to leave, packed every night. One of the worst buildings in American history. So I don't know. I think that this city is a major sports city that would support, but I don't have the data to back it up outside of the numbers of the NBA Finals doing very well in St. Louis TV-wise.
I don't know. I guess more importantly, will some other franchise owner roll the dice on that with a city that reputation seems to be going.
Yeah, right. I mean,
direction.
again, this is tongue in cheek when we talk about something like the Blazers moving here, but it is. Like when I say it's something to monitor. The Chaffetz thing is part of that. The fact that they're looking to move and the NBA is looking to expand, so the cities like Vegas and Seattle might not be on the board for something like the Blazers to move to. I don't know.
Jugs in D.C., Doug, who is, we believe, in the Capitol building. I think there's a chance he's a senator. Says, the last Wizards game I went to, I fell asleep during it. I've never fallen asleep at an Atlantic 10 game. That's from Jugs in D.C. Jackson, how do you respond to that?
The Wizards are maybe the worst American sports franchise of the last 20 years.
Oh, how about that?
Maybe they'll move here.
No, they
what
do.
about John Wall?
John Wall, he's been retired about 6 years now. But it'd be great to have him as an alum.
I'm officially starting a petition to ensure no NBA team will ever set foot in this city and call it home. That's from Harrison's brother Masters. So he got Jordan Cairo out of town, and he wants to keep the NBA out of town.
He may not have to work very hard to do that. It'd be so much fun to have it. It'd be
Wouldn't
so
it be
great
great?
for the city. It would be great for the city. I'm just trying to look at it realistically. If I owned a team, would this be the place where I would go?
Right, but would you think Oklahoma City is this outstanding basketball market? They pack it out every night.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I'd throw the Colorado Rockies in that conversation. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Yeah, but there's circumstances around that. They're never going to get the pitching that they need because of the ballpark.
So they're just a doomed franchise.
In a way.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah,
They had some
in a
good
way.
years, though.
They went to the World Series in the last 20 years, yeah.
The Wizards have no excuse for being as bad as they are. It was just like terrible every year in, year out. No stars to even get around.
Why do you hate Bradley Beal?
Brad Beal was great for a while, and then he got injured, and they started paying him a ridiculous amount of money and hamstrung themselves for a decade.
Guys, speaking of worst sports franchises of the last 20 years, could St. Louis be in the running for the worst city of the last 20 years? Doug, that's from Dougie V's BBL.
As a sport, in sports, I would say no. You can maybe make that argument in terms of everything else.
I think he's saying just in general.
Well, then
everything else.
Then you can have that conversation. Sports, I would disagree. 3 titles in the 21st century, I think, or 4. What do you count the Rams?
Oh, yeah, we're far from the worst sports city, but that's not.
Blazers should move to Wentzville. That's from MD 2020. The Wentzville Blazers.
No thanks. No, thank you.
You would go to the games, though.
Yeah, but do they have to be called the Wentzville Blazers?
Yes.
Can they still be called the St. Louis Blazers?
Does Lake St. Louis sound better?
Lake St. Louis, yeah, I guess. It'd
Lake
be
St.
weird.
Louis Lakers.
People would always be like, why are they called the Lake St. Louis? I don't know anything about that.
It's right next
The
to
Lake St. Louis
Wentzville.
Lakers is a pretty good name, though. Got into that. The second but the LA Lakers don't change their name.
No,
It's just
hell with them.
2 Lakers.
Yeah.
I don't want to be negative Nancy, but when you Google the worst American city of the last 20 years, there's 3 that come up. St. Louis is one of them.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Are the other 2 major cities or like smaller towns?
One of each, and they're in the same state.
Pretty wide building.
Oh, boy, Doug, I'm out in the tank because I love a guessing game.
New Jersey, maybe? It's
We talked about one of these cities earlier.
Is it
and it's
Detroit?
Detroit.
And then Flint is the other one?
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Well done there, Papers.
Thanks.
But truly, Detroit really has experienced a Sunday charge. Now, as Mayor Spencer said, a lot of that was private investment. Doug, we need our Dan Gilbert. Jackson, we need our Dan Gilbert.
Badly. And they have 4 major professional sports teams there.
It's bigger town.
Sure.
They also had a team in the XFUFL.
Did they? Recently?
They did.
Missed it.
And they've got a soccer team, too, don't they?
I don't know on that. Probably every other city.
Is there any way to look that up? It's
God
probably not.
almighty.
It's true.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I'm just there's a lot of MLS teams.
Are you saying that's the business model?
Yes.
I don't know this guy anymore, Doug.
No,
he goes and gets tan and he comes back.
I think it's what Kendall said in Succession. He's like, this is how we save the company. This is how we save the firm. Massive growth. Massive expansion. I was like, okay.
That was like a Harvard MBA right there.
The
I don't
MLS
think
kind of
Detroit
back-pocketed that advice from Jeremy Strong.
Detroit doesn't have a team from what I'm looking at here.
What, MLS?
Jackson, would you like to
It does
apologize?
not.
All right, well, 1 point for the Lou.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air?
Well, I do, and everybody better know something about them with this weather. Gosh, I hope your air conditioner doesn't go out today. But if it does, and these are often the days that it does when it really has to crank hard to work. If it does and something goes wrong, you just call Design Air Heating and Cooling, and Seth Goldcamp and his crew will get out there and get you taken care of. They've been doing that since 1904. That's when the company started. Design Air Heating and Cooling began in St. Louis 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy, and not just any old HVAC company. They're also the longest running sponsor on this very show, and we certainly appreciate that. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the oppressive heat or the cold when that rolls around again, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. They just got a great workforce that'll come out. You ought to look into their maintenance plan where they come out before the seasons hit in a severe way, and make sure that your equipment is top-notch and working great. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman. Don't forget about Brad and his huge sex appeal. Design Air brings the heat.
Nice. Real nice. Yeah, don't forget about Brad.
No, sometimes he goes under the radar a little bit.
We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next on the Polos Plus dossier. Miss anything? Mayor Cara Spencer in studio with us. We're going to have some clips up on the TMA_STL Instagram account for you, and also you can just go back and watch the entire interview on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to that. That's where you'll also be able to catch After the Morning After. At 11 o'clock, the program's called The Morning After. It appears on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Back to the Future.
Mm-hmm.
It's your
Is this
cousin.
Michael J. Fox, or is this Chuck Berry?
It's your cousin, Marvin Berry. You know that sound you're looking for? And he takes the phone and does like this.
How about that?
Well, your kids will love it. That's what Michael J. Fox said.
Is that what he said? Everybody loves this, don't they?
Oh, yeah. But they didn't understand in the
And what year did Michael J. Fox go back to in Back to the Future? What year did he go from?
From 85.
That's right.
And went back to...
But I can't give you full credit until you give me the other year.
Did he go back to 55?
Doug?
I don't know the years.
I feel like it was 55, right? And then Back to the Future.
What year was the Enchantment Under the Sea dance? Because if you know that, then you'll know what year he went back to, because the dance was called Enchantment Under the Sea. And what song did the delightful Crispin Glover, who's going to join us in studio soon,
and kick us in the head,
dance with Michael J. Fox's mom, who tried to seduce him earlier in the picture?
Gosh.
The song was Earth Angel. We got to do show prep around here, guys.
I don't know that I got to do.
We can't rest on our laurels. If we want this show to go 50 years, we're not even halfway there.
55. Definitely 55.
Now, why'd you go Rain Man there at the end?
Because I looked it up.
Okay.
But my guess was 55. So they would go. And then Back to the Future 2, they go to 2015.
Excuse me, sir?
And Back to the Future 2, they go to 2015.
Is that right?
Yeah. Right? Yeah, I think so. Because there was like a Back to the Future day in 2015. I remember that. That's when the flying cars and everything.
They thought we'd have flying cars in 2015?
Yeah, that's Doc Brown at the end of Back to the Future 1 says, oh, don't worry, Marty, where we're going, we don't need cars, or we don't need roads. We don't need roads because they're flying cars.
I think even when we do get to flying cars, we'll probably still need the roads to maintain some sort of order as to where you're going. You can't just fly any which direction. Couldn't have thousands of people just flying willy-nilly wherever without any sort of organization.
Yeah, I don't see it happening in the next 50 years, to be honest with you.
50? I don't know.
We'll see. But I'm confident in Back to the Future 2 they go to 2015. They did? Mm-hmm. Nice, big day.
Yeah, you were having a big day.
Well, I'm a Zemeckis
Trailblazers gig, and you got the Back to the Future question.
I'm a Zemeckis guy, so I know the man's work.
I'm not saying Jackson's right, but if Time Sharon owned a sports team, Doug, that's his name for Sharon and Clayton, Time Sharon, owned a sports team, it would be an MLS team. It would be based out of her detached garage and sponsored by ArvoCare. Is that right? She looking to acquire an MLS team?
I wouldn't think so. She and her husband are huge hockey fans. It'd be a hockey franchise, I think.
Embrace debate, Doug. Back to the Future is the greatest movie that could be remade and be great, but can't because the director put a clause that no remakes of it can ever be made. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
Disagree. I think it's perfect as is. I think doing a remake of that would do a huge disservice to the charm that the movie has.
Okay, then what would be best if it were to be remade? I mean, you own and operate Movie Boy LLC, even though I have put investment capital into it. What would be the answer? I assume you and Gareth probably have already tended to this.
I've always thought Rebel Without a Cause you could do that again. I think people always have that appetite for 50s nostalgia, and I think that's such a star-making role that James Dean played in Rebel Without a Cause. I've always thought that was due for something of a modern remake.
Doug, do you agree with Rebel Without a Cause?
The James
Jimmy
Dean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. James Dean movie.
Yeah, that's as good as any, I guess.
Yeah. That would be just my knee-jerk reaction. I'm sure if people were to list movies, I could say, yeah, that would probably be okay as a remake. But sometimes they could just... I've always thought with remakes, the good concept movies that were executed poorly will always make a better remake. Like they remade The Running Man with Glenn Powell this year, and I thought, great idea back in the 80s, but it didn't really work. I thought it was a good remake.
Guys, he went back in time to October 25th, 1985. The next day was the Dinkinger game. Think about it. That's some birthday hawk.
I don't want to.
And that was a part of the focus of the film. But then he was running away from, was it Libyan nationalists?
I believe so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you deal with tiger nationalists on Twitter?
Yes.
Ahmad Hardy spoke yesterday. Did you see that? Colonel went and talked it over with Ahmad Hardy.
Yeah.
It wasn't exclusive with the Colonel. But Ahmad Hardy spoke on camera for the first time since the shooting. Here is what the Missouri running back had to say.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. Go ahead, hit the link.
It feels good because, back at home, I done did a couple things. So for the city of Columbia, they've been good to me. So I try to get back to them also and react with my fans and things like that. So I appreciate them for coming out today. I appreciate everybody's support, wishing me back to get back on the field and things like that. So I just thank them for that. I said I'm just going through rehab, trying my best to get back on the field. So, whenever that time comes, I'll be out there.
Was that better than Ezra in the background?
I don't know who it was in the background. So did we get any kind of word as to how he's progressing?
No.
Sounds like you don't like Jackson's audio.
Well, he said that when he can get back on the field, he's going to be back on the field.
Okay, so he's not even working out at all?
No, he is. He's fully he's cleared to start his full rehab. Okay. So I think he's working out
That
often.
sounds like he's back on the field then.
Well, it sounds like he's starting his full rehab. Like now, no longer maybe on the physical therapy room and more so, like on the field, but not
it's on the practice field.
Contact or anything. If I was guessing, I don't know. They said that they will, at the end of the 5 to 8 week window, this is what Drink said last week at SEC Media Days, they'll reevaluate him and see, because as Drinkwood said, there's not a lot of precedent for an injury like this.
Right.
So they're kind of taking it day by day, as you can imagine.
Okay, guys, quick heads up. Outstanding new short release on Netflix, I Will Find You. Not since the first season of 24 has there been such a page-turner. That's from the 314.
Page-turner?
I thought you said a series.
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
Yeah, that sounds like a book.
I got to see that new End Zone project last week.
How was it?
Ooh, I think people are going to be a big fan.
Is it finished? Completed?
I think they're just putting a few little razzle-dazzles on the end of it, but...
Oh, great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. And just looking forward for that not to be a construction zone for the season.
What first game you finna go to?
I don't know. But I'm over under 2.5 games in Columbia this year. So
got a great home schedule there, bro.
Yeah, a lot of action. Definitely want to go to that Texas game.
11 o'clock start. You'll be getting up early after going to Missouri and St. Louis University, brother.
Yeah, that's right. God, emotionally drained I will be.
I think finishing up that north end zone and completely enclosing the stadium is really going to make a huge difference in the whole atmosphere of the
place. Couldn't agree more. I think it's going to make it not only feel like a real high-level college football stadium, but it'll just be louder. Just
probably help the noise,
How about this? Over-under SEC teams in the college football playoff is set at 2.5.
12 teams. I'll go over.
See, here's the issue that we're going to get into this year, Doug. I like to give people Nostradamus-like projections. Ideally, they wager. And if I have a large sample size, we turn profits. Because of the 9-game conference schedule, carnage.
Right. But
all hell's going to break loose. And so, saw Lane Kiffin talk about this, saw Steve Sarkisian talk about this. Are they going to put a 9-3 SEC team in?
Right. It depends on what that 9-3's team's wins are, if that's a 9-3.
I think the bigger question is 3 losses just in general.
Right.
That's where it's going to come from.
Right. But if it's like 3 losses, like you lose at LSU, you lose at Texas, and you lose at home against Georgia, that's a far cry from like when Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, or when, a team might lose to a lower tier Big Ten school. Obviously, it depends on what the entire landscape looks like and what everyone else's wins and losses look like. But I think the committee will absolutely be factoring in the fact that the SEC is playing a 9-game schedule.
Going to be carnage.
For sure. There's going to be a lot of cannibalization.
If you look at every SEC team, and I include Georgia and Texas, who are right there at the top of the podcasters and bloggers who took out home equity loans to be able to appear at SEC Media Days, that they picked Georgia and Texas at the top. But if you look at every SEC schedule, without question, you could see how they could lose 3 games.
Sure.
And it's not like you're like stretching to go, maybe Georgia runs into a tough game at Kentucky or something like that.
Right.
It's across the board, and that's what happens when you have a 9-game conference schedule, which then my projection will lead to a 9-3 SEC team that has incredible wins being left out. And then you will have Greg Sankey and the SEC go, okay, we just got to do our own thing.
Or expand the playoff
one or the other.
Yeah, something's got to give because this will not fly.
Right.
Yeah. No, definitely.
And then
I
it
see
goes
that.
back to fan bases that are not used to their teams, looking at a 9-3 team as a great season, then wanting to fire their coach.
Yeah.
That's the other thing
that I could see
that we will have coming, and it's coming really soon because the season opens up here really soon, and I would say we'll already be there by mid-September with somebody who right now has an incredible amount of equity, but will be on the hot seat by mid-September. Who was the first big name to go last year? Was it Franklin? Was he the one that got everything going?
Yep.
Yeah. It's coming, and I think it's coming to the SEC more so because of the 9-game conference schedule, which, by the way, I love. It's just going to create a new reality. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on this program. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals and Cubs start a 4-game weekday series tonight. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff on the ones and twos. A program that welcomes you to text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Rice, Troublemaker, did that earlier, along with Sanford. 314-974-0101. And man, do we love the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Form Energy. And the TMA remote lamp is in there talking about Avatar and James Cameron. So that's what's going on in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Is that goodorbad.com paper?
I like Avatar.
Doug, do you like Avatar?
I never saw it.
I like Avatar. I think it's cool, but I know there's some people who dislike it a lot. But
well, that's why we have goodorbad.com.
yeah, I think it's I think movie theater experiences like that are valuable. You know,
movie theater experiences like that are valuable.
Yeah,
I like that statement.
Cutting edge technology. You can see it. It's they spend billions on it over the 4 movies or 3 movies they've made. They spent a ton of money on it, and it looks pretty sweet on the big screen.
Mayor Cara Spencer was in studio with us at the start of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Miss anything? Go back and podcast, like the Dickens, on the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. I just worked with Schaefer Door last week, got a new garage door. And then also you can podcast by going back and watching it on YouTube, and the TMA Instagram account will have some of the clips coming up here. TMA_STL is where you can follow us. I have to be honest here. I can't get into the. I think we have a wireless situation.
I think we've had a wireless situation going on for a few days.
So I can't. Oh, really?
Yeah, Friday I could barely get my computer to work, and then at home it works great.
Interesting.
No, mine's working perfectly.
Your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah,
mine's working. The email and the YouTube, I had trouble on Wi-Fi, but the hotspot solved it. So
all right, I am in the email file, and Doug, that allows us to do the Design Air.
Okay.
Heating and cooling. Email of the day. Morning, gents. I'm voting for Doug for mayor of Sinkhole City. His optimism for the city and his girthy loins would bring us back to prominence. That's from Bobby Greenbacks.
My girthy loins?
Put that off.
You can build a city around that? Well, we'll see, won't we? Bobby Greenbacks.
I am here in line at the Enterprise Center waiting to be the first to buy Trailblazer season tickets when they go on sale, and I can't help but wonder, if Jackson had to choose between spending Kroenke's check that sat in a drawer for 2 years on the Trailblazers or painting all the downtown buildings in pastel colors, which would he choose? There is a right answer because it would really pop. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of When Old Man Vaughn Doesn't Understand What's Going On, and says, well, there's that. It always makes me giggle. That's from Shooter McGavin. Doug.
Shooter McGavin.
A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil. Atmospheric conditions subtly change, and eventually a tornado touches down in Kansas. On TMA, however, the butterfly effect is somehow much dumber. About 25 years ago, Iggy goes to Hito and meets Chris Santilli over a bowl of jerk chicken. Fast forward a few decades, and Chris has written a book. Ellen Foley wins Email of the Day, and Chris pledges an autographed copy as her prize. She mails the book to Iggy's apartment because that's apparently how prize fulfillment works around here. From this point forward, every version of the story is mutually exclusive. Iggy insists he handed the book to Matt Rocchio. Matt Rocchio insists he'd never willingly touch Iggy's smut, much less become its courier. There isn't a log, a receipt, a text message, or even a vague recollection. In any functioning organization, this would be called, quote, losing the prize, end quote. But on TMA, it simply gets promoted as a bit. That's the beauty of the operation. Inspired by this overwhelming display of professionalism, Iggy launches a cameo business and hires Rocchio as his agent. Rocchio immediately introduces a finder's fee, a management fee, an administrative fee, a scheduling fee, platform facilitation fee, tuba fee, convenience fee, and what appears to just be another convenience fee with a different font. By the time Apple takes its cut, taxes are withheld, the phone is charged, and Rocchio submits his invoice. Every $25 cameo leaves Iggy with negative $7.30 in earnings. He's discovered the first business model in history where increased sales accelerate financial ruin. So naturally, the missing book somehow evolves into a blood feud over accounting, with Iggy accusing Rocchio of stealing his livelihood and Rocchio reminding him he can't even successfully deliver a paperback. The butterfly flapped its wings at a nude adult fat camp in a third world country 25 years ago. And today, Two grown men are arguing over negative Cameo revenue because nobody can account for an autographed book that was supposed to go to Ellen Foley. Doug, that's from Ellen Foley's inventory manager on the Butterfly Effect.
No matter what we talk about on this show, the emails are always about Strode.
What does it say
Why
about
is
us?
that?
What does it say about us?
I mean, it's the power of HD2 radio. I think that's what people are starting to understand. Oh, the irony. In the 7 o'clock hour, Doug said nobody is perfect while sitting a few feet away from Tim.
Oh.
Absolutely hilarious. But this email is about making out with guys. 10900 Sunset Hills Plaza. I was like, I'm engaged. I'm just joking around with those emails. He just smiled and said, Dougie Badger don't care, so we just start a game of Tonsini hockey right there in the clearance aisle of PetSmart.
I mean, it's like he takes his fist and just hits the keyboard.
He's typing with boxing gloves on.
That's from Vitas Gerbalitis.
Vitas Gerbalitis. Is that Kevin Miller?
Sounds like a disease. He developed gerbalitis.
And finally, morning, Senators. You guys are all cowards for not asking why the Rams money isn't going into expanding the standalone Auntie Anne's downtown. The media in this town is soft, so you don't even have the balls to ask Mayor Spencer what's going to happen if our murder numbers fall below Baltimore and we lose our crown as the murder capital of the United States. How is that going to affect tourism? What's going to keep Doug scared from using his gas-powered Sibian downtown? You could be men. Jackson is spot on, no. Wizards games are absolute ass salad ever since they lost all their Chaminade grads. Blazers come home. I will be advocating on Capitol Hill. Screw Chuck Todd. He's not stealing our Blazers. That's Jugs in D.C. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What we'll do is we'll vote, and then on the polosplus.com dossier at 10:55, we'll announce a winner. Then we'll head down the hallway, and we'll do that after the morning after, and BK and Ferrario will come in here and host BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is hanging around the hallway. He's going to be in here in the 10 o'clock hour. Talking it over with James coming up next year on TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt is filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's on vacation. And Doug, on your right is a gentleman by the name of James Carlton. James, you've replaced Mayor Cara Spencer, who an hour ago was sitting in that chair.
That's fantastic.
Now,
I'm honored. Thank you.
Are you going to help bring the Trailblazers to St. Louis?
Oh, I'd be fired up. That would be awesome. I've never really had an NBA team. I lived in Houston for 3 years, and I tried to get on the Tracy McGrady Rockets bandwagon. Felt insincere. I'd be all over it if they had an NBA team here.
She didn't exactly say that it's.
She didn't say happening. Not though. Well, I mean, you guys were in the room. What kind of read did you get, Jackson?
Well, I liked hearing that. I think that she clarified in a good way that me being against that certain issue of the Blues in the Enterprise Center wasn't me being anti-sports. It was me being anti that issue. Yeah. She was saying she was very pro-sports. But I think to comment seriously on something like that when the Blazers aren't leaving as of right now. Right. They're having negotiations. Teams go through negotiations with cities every single year, usually multiple teams.
They don't all have Kevin Dimmoff, though.
Certainly not. No. Certainly not.
And it's usually not the politicians that make it happen. It's the billionaires who actually own the teams.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's true.
But it's still something to monitor, James.
Yes. Likewise. Okay.
James, what's going on in your world?
Anytime I'm in a dark place, I think of the story, your first FFF at the 590 on Big Bend. And you said there's like a dental office right next door.
Yeah, sure there was.
Sure. And there's a gentleman just coming in for a routine cleaning, turns to his left after he walks in, and sees what you describe as just mayhem.
Yeah.
That makes me laugh every time.
I think that one was with friend of the program, Caden Cross.
Oh.
And she was in studio with us. And Jay Jr. was having a big morning. And the studio was open in an office building owned by Johnny the Cat Layton. And passers-by would look into the studio and go, oh, look, that's pretty cool. There's a radio program going on in there. And then Jay was in there suckling upon toes.
And if you're the patient going to the dentist, you'd either say, my dentist needs to move out, or I'm going to get a new dentist, or I'm going to have a dental appointment every day.
Yep. It's up to you. It's your choice.
But that is one of the all-timers. And then I guess in the same vein, there was a woman that participated that had her kids in the car?
That's correct.
That's right,
she was a mother who really wanted the tickets we were giving away, and so she left her kids out in the minivan, left that running while she hopped on the program.
The Point doesn't have that. The Riz Show doesn't have that.
Yeah, well, that's why we're at war with Riz, and now it turns out we're also at war with the Fast Lane. Who's next is what I say.
Yeah, well, they don't have that.
Radio wars all day long. Hey, did you hear the question I posed that I saw on, is that Siskey and McCready, Doug, or is it McCready and Siskey?
I don't know which it is.
What are they, out of Birmingham?
Sounds right.
Sports talk radio show.
Talty.
Over-under and John Talty. Over-under on SEC teams in the college football playoff of 2.5.
It is at 12 still, right?
It is still at 12.
I got to do
show prep.
Got to do show prep. Ooh, I'd take the over there.
You're going over?
Yeah, I mean, you like Georgia and Texas for sure, I'd say. And then you have to, I think OU is going to be dangerous. Ole Miss has a lot of fanfare right now. A&M, Bama, you can never rule out. And, of course, Mizzou. My goodness. I mean, they got to be alive. So, yeah, I'd take the over on that. Is that a real bet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for the record, Georgia has Oklahoma in Athens. They have Vanderbilt in Athens. They travel to Alabama. They host Auburn. They have the neutral site game. Doug, do you call it the world's largest cocktail party? But if you say that, you get fired. That's the deal.
Who would fire you?
Twitter.
Twitter fires you. Okay.
They have Florida in Jacksonville. They have at Ole Miss. They have the University of Missouri. They are at Shane Beamer. And they take on Georgia Tech. And what the premise is that SEC fans in 2026 are going to experience something they've never experienced before, not just with the fact that the 9-game schedule is here with the conference play. And in Georgia's case, they have Georgia Tech, which is an up-and-coming program under Brent Key, but that also the days of just running the table and expecting 11-1 are over.
Yeah.
And so when you look at it through that lens, I see where they're coming from. Or then the college football playoff has to allow a 9-3 team in. Or the college football playoff will either deal with having to expand or the SEC picking up its ball and going elsewhere.
Well, you have the memory of an elephant. And how many SEC teams did we have in last year?
Doug, of course, you saw the Georgia Bulldogs in there. Of course, you saw the Alabama Crimson Tide in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to Norman, Oklahoma, where they took on Boomer Sooner.
Mm-hmm. There's also Ole Miss.
And Hotty Toddy.
In Georgia.
So 4 total, I think.
And did any of them have 3 losses?
No, sir.
That's the point. And then Steve Sarkisian last week was sitting there saying, if we would have chosen to play, and I think he called it Joe's Junior High. That was the name of the school he used as an example.
Ole Miss.
He said if we would have played Joe's Junior High School instead of Ohio State, we would have been 10-2. But we were penalized because we became a 3-loss team by taking on Ohio State to open up our season. So that is...
There were some style points in how Texas won.
And they lost to a bad Florida team.
Yeah, and Mississippi State, my God, they gave that game away.
Mississippi State should have won the game.
Exactly, yeah.
And for the record, Texas, a team that has high aspirations, picked like Georgia to be at the top of the SEC. Texas this year still is playing Ohio State. It's just in Austin. So they have Ohio State. They have at Tennessee. They have at home, or I guess neutral site, Florida. At home against, neutral site Oklahoma, home Florida, at home against Ole Miss, at home against Mississippi State. Then they head to Columbia, Missouri for an 11 o'clock start.
Good luck there.
Thank you. At LSU, at home against Arkansas, at Texas A&M. If you go through a schedule that includes Ohio State, at Tennessee, neutral site, Oklahoma, against Florida, against Ole Miss, at Missouri, at LSU, and at Texas A&M with only 3 losses, that'd be a hell of a year, I think many would say.
I think so.
But to date, it would keep you on the outside looking in, and that is why this is the conversation.
I think that's going to change.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, a 3-loss on that schedule, I think, has a very good...
because only 3 losses means you've beaten...
a lot of good teams.
Half of Ohio State, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Missouri, LSU, A&M. You actually gone 4-3 against that group.
And we still have, like, quote-unquote automatic qualifiers from the Big Ten and the Pac-12?
Pac-12 doesn't get
There's no
ACC,
such thing.
Big 12.
There's just 2 of them.
And then now they're back. But
Pac-12's back.
But back is certainly...
Well, I'm not going to sit here and watch you disparage Boise State joining the Pac-12.
Okay.
Doug loves that field.
Colorado State.
I don't like the blue field, no.
What about the Rams?
Colorado, Fresno State, Gonzaga,
yeah.
Texas State joining the Pac-12.
Utah State, San Diego
Bobcats?
State.
Didn't Texas State have Kathy Ireland kicking it for them like 30 years ago?
They had Kathy Ireland kicking
Yeah.
for them? Wow.
See? They'll get
Place
judged.
kicker.
All right. Just more into the
Kind of-
Now they're a Pac-12.
Kind of a revealing top.
The
Just what you expect in college football.
The Conference of Champions is back.
The 618 is looking forward to the season, so Mizzou will go 0-11. Boo-hoo. That's from the 618.
Be a long year. I don't know what to think of Mizzou. I mean, we just have no idea what their defense is going to look like. We don't know how Austin Simmons is going to look. We don't know if Hardy's going to play early on, although that seems a little bit more promising these days. I think their offense should be a lot more exciting. I think we can agree on that, right? That bar is not too high.
Right. As long as Simmons is what he's kind of being marketed as.
Right. So, I mean, I'll be eagerly watching.
Optimistic as all get out is what I am.
Yeah, I'm always optimistic, absolutely. You have to be as a Mizzou fan.
Any college football fan. If you're going in with your head's hanging low,
I don't know. I think like a Bama fan might be pessimistic right now.
Yeah, but like the guys who win all the time, that they're more of they're Yankee fans. It's like, oh man, hate our team, but they're always good.
That's right.
Tiger
Do you go
fans.
to every game?
No.
Every Mizzou game?
No, I go more than I don't, but not every game.
Yeah, that's where I am now as well. And
Last year was so tough because it was like the first 6 weeks we're at home.
For the record, just if you want to look at how Kalen DeBoer's next 5 months could go, he is at Kentucky on September 12th, at home against Florida State, at home against Jackson's guy Shane Beamer. They travel to Starkville. They're at home against Georgia. They traveled to Tennessee to take on Jackson's guy Josh Heupel. They're at home against the Texas A&M Aggies. They are on the road in Baton Rouge to see Lane Kiffin. They're on the road in Nashville, and they host War Eagle.
All things considered, not as brutal as some other SEC.
I thought Georgia's was the toughest so far.
Yeah, I think Bama. I mean, obviously you got to go to Tennessee, to LSU, but getting Florida State at home is big. Auburn at home's big.
Doug, do you judge a team's chances by what you see on college football? Is it 26?
27 now.
27? Who's your daddy? Has a text if you do.
Do I judge it based on a video game?
That was the question that was just presented to
Yeah, I was just shocked that would be the question because the answer is no.
Well, Who's Your Daddy says Austin Simmons is rated 81 on college football 26, and he's complete ass.
Oh, God.
Who's your daddy? So, are you short in the market?
What do you say? He was 86?
81.
81. Is that a bad rating for a quarterback on video games?
B minus.
Like, who would get 100? Anybody?
Arch Manning would probably be like in the 90s.
Okay.
Lenora Sellers would probably be in the high 80s.
Well, then maybe I will change my mind. I'm dreading this season
So now
coming
you're
up.
short in the market.
Oh.
But Hardy's like a 99.
Was that before or after
That was
he got
before.
shot?
That was before.
Okay.
So we have that to look forward to. Jackson, which one of those coaches would you be most upset if they were the next University of Missouri head coach?
Shane Beamer.
Over Heupel?
Yeah, way more.
Okay. I can live with that.
God, I'd have to eat a lot of words if Shane Beamer came around.
Yeah, how would you handle that?
Like Plowsy did with Bader.
Yeah, take the knee.
Yeah.
I'd be so furious.
Chairman, you were out of the studio. I don't know what this means. The Anthracite Bumblebee just sent in a text saying, and it's his only text, so text audit. Congrats to Chairman Kurt on all his success on YouTube this weekend. What did you do on the YouTube this weekend that is all your success? Did one of your songs take off?
No,
Doug, I don't hear it. Does his mic? Doug, do you hear us?
No, I didn't hear it.
Test.
Now I hear it.
This weekend this college football game is great, and you can create a school and you can import logos. So first year university, TMA University under head coach Tim McKernan. Freshman phenom quarterback Chairman Kurt and jitterbugging scatback Jackson Burkett have just gone through a treacherous SEC schedule and fought their way through the playoffs. They'll be in the Natty tonight.
So tune in.
You're live streaming this on YouTube?
Yeah, I streamed some games.
And
over the
people
weekend.
watched?
I don't think very many, but a couple. It was like akin to one of those old Cooking with Ken videos.
Oh,
wow. Is the text box open? I'd like to hear the feedback on this one.
We'll take a look at it. So hold on a second. I'm the head coach.
Yep. Doug's a tight end.
Ooh, not necessarily.
The receiving core is Martin.
Tall.
Charlie Marlowe.
Chuckles Marlowe.
Tall.
Boomer Kingsley.
Nice.
And Joey Vitale.
Nice.
The defensive line is Buck Swope, Alan Dadeville, recovering alcoholic, and Kevin Miller. The
stout group.
The Vaughn brothers in the secondary John had a big pick to ice one of those games.
Oh, really?
John Vaughn.
Champ Bailey-esque.
But we're the Banty Roosters. We play out of Liming Stadium.
Beautiful still. It has to hold like 110,000.
I think it's mid-50s.
Okay.
Like I said, we're first year.
Yeah. Right. And we're just right off of HD2.
First year SEC school. First year in college football and then in the SEC.
Now, do you just take an SEC school and rename it, or you can create a whole school?
They have a team builder function. So I created the team. We have a great set of uniforms, home, road, alternate, and woke.
Oh, what do the woke uniforms look like?
A lot of pink and gray.
Oh.
That's Iggy's colors.
What's Iggy's role on this team?
He's a safety. He got burned on a deep pass mid-season. You could tell he just didn't want to work.
Smoking. He was smoking in the secondary.
But we kind of figured it out. We had a heartbreaking loss mid-season to Texas. Martin dropped a fourth down pass.
Oh, my God. Are there highlights of this up on YouTube?
Actually, I put together a hype video that was, considering the time I did it.
Can we hear it?
Yeah, I'll get it to Jackson here shortly.
Doug, there's a hype video of TMA University, which is
slow sports calendar.
How much time are you spending on that?
We don't need to talk about that. A lot.
I'm into it.
Well, tune in tonight, 7 o'clock, Natty.
I think we might go 8.
Who are we playing?
Yeah, seriously.
Virginia.
Oh, Bo Beulah. Yeah, rematch.
Virginia knocked off Miami in one semi, and in our playoff,
ACC semi there.
Franklin having a big year.
We took down Mizzou mid-season.
Oh.
And then in the playoffs, we beat Notre Dame, which was huge for Coach Tim.
Yeah.
And then
Freeman and him shaking hands in the 50.
And then in our semifinal,
That's right.
we beat Josh Heupel in the.
Oh, Jackson, were you watching that?
God, I'm fired up just thinking about it. I wasn't watching, but I should have been. I didn't have power though, so it was the whole thing.
Well, it's not playing well right now, Doug, in the Air Comfort Service.
Well, they hate greatness.
Text inbox. Guys, I'm not going to lie, I was pretty pissed at my lack of playing time, and I now will need to unfollow the TMA Instagram and start taking some phone calls from government officials in Louisiana who make decisions for the LSU football program. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener, who's not happy that he's not on the TMA team.
He's on the team. He's I believe he's a backup offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow.
But Larry Nickel got hurt, so it's a next man up mentality.
Yeah, rally around Carlos Spicy Wiener. I'm just imagining Iggy in the second as a safety. It's really cracking me up.
The safeties are Iggy and Plowhawks. You can see how every now and then things go awry.
Take the top off a little bit.
Hold on a second. Do we have a 40-plus-year-old man playing himself as a college quarterback in a video game and making his boss/crush the head coach? Wow, that's from Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
It's just world building.
There's so much of that was not true. Some parts were. But yeah, I did a lot of that this weekend, and
Was it a great weekend?
I had a great weekend.
Sounds like
it was too hot to go outside.
Agreed.
I was sit inside and play video games.
I wish I was playing video games. My shoulders will tell you firsthand. I wish I was.
But I thought you were ball striking in a swimming hole in Illinois.
Ball striking Friday, which was 75.
And you shot 75, is it?
No, but 76 degrees outside, beautiful. Then Saturday it got real hot, and then yesterday I made the mistake of being outside.
Is this guy trying to stay single the rest of his life? That's from Dusty Spunk, Doug.
What a name. Sounds like
you had time to go out at night, though, didn't you? You didn't do this through the evening hours?
I mean, that's when playoff games are held during the evening. You're not going to play the Fiesta Bowl at noon.
No.
So you
play the Rose Bowl at 3, though.
Yeah, for the sunset.
That was your Saturday night.
That was my Saturday afternoon and night also.
Oh, gosh, okay.
Would you rather be out drinking, Doug?
Well, I would understand it more, I guess.
This is what you did this weekend, KG, after waiting outside in Columbia for a photo with Austin Simmons? That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
More misinformation. I didn't wait for Austin Simmons.
He waited for you.
I did have a moment with Jamal Roberts, but Austin Simmons was not involved. You know what?
Kurt, don't listen to these
On the
people.
day of the national championship, I don't need this right now.
Right. But that's what's going to happen. There's a lot of Nick Saban calls it rat poison.
Coach Tim's going to do a little Berube speech here.
Yeah. I have a big speech prepared. I'll go live on Instagram tonight, Doug, with my speech.
Oh, will you?
There's a chance.
But you never know. You know what? I'm sitting around. It's hotter than the fires of hell. My buddy Matty Moe. Doug, you know Matty Moe.
Sure.
You know Matty Moe, James. Papers, you know Matty Moe. He invited me and my son to the Cardinal game tonight. But here's the thing. This is like when we had the foul ball situation a couple weeks ago. That Saturday night against the Braves. Matthew Liberatore, wonderful start. Hopefully you get one of those tonight from him. I can't take one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Unless you lie to him.
No. It would be bad for business. So, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to handle that.
It's a tough spot.
Just drop them both off. Say, hey,
Matty Moe. Here you go. You watch the boys. That's actually a great idea. Look at James Carlton.
There you go.
That's why I'm a Carlton insurance guy. CarltonInsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Did KG light some candles and put on seal for his big Saturday night? What does that mean?
What does
Did you guys talk about? Did you talk about loving seal and candles on Friday?
I think that was just a comedy is hard kind of situation there.
I'm telling you, I'm glad that I got put into the tailback role. I think if you gave me 10 snaps against like a bad college football team, even with the SEC front line that Mizzou has, I don't think there's a chance in hell I gained 1 yard in those 10 snaps.
Well, you're talking about in real life.
Real life.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think I gained 1 yard.
Oh, you tuck behind Caden Green, just fall forward.
I don't know but then the next play I would get, again, slower than I look.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do it.
You're a fast typer, though. I heard you over there.
I can, getting better there.
Well, you and Tommy Tribbins are the tandem.
Oh, nice.
And, I mean, if you saw Tim, the way he coaches this tailback room, he keeps guys healthy, changes the pace.
Real Shanahan-esque run scheme.
Yeah.
All right, I'm into it.
Do you think when they're recruiting running backs, they're looking for good typers?
No.
Nor twisted femurs.
No, it'd be useless.
Yeah.
I tell you what, in an office setting, if you hire somebody that's not a good typer, that's a tough play there.
Yeah.
It really is.
Or someone who's doesn't seem as bothered by typos or poor formatting.
Yes.
You don't want that.
I take for granted that I grew up around a keyboard, and some people didn't.
Yeah,
and it's a game changer.
Bad formatting on email.
Oh, we see that in Kevin Miller's emails.
Boy, howdy.
Speaking of Instagram, why don't you guys post more clips, tweet more, etc. about the show? It's gold every time I see it. Doug, that's from Hottie Toddy.
Okay.
It's good gosh almighty, not good.
Right.
We're working on it.
We are working on it. I was taught by the great Brendan Glock of our sales staff, but I don't have the skills that Chairman Kurt has. Doug, I'm like in kindergarten. Chairman Kurt's pursuing an MBA. Mm-hmm. Where are you? You're at an Ivy League school, I assume, pursuing your MBA?
TMAU.
TMAU, yeah, that's an Ivy League school. We're going to go from the SEC to the Ivy League at TMAU, Doug. With your social media skills, with your video construction skills. I can't do that.
Yeah,
I now know how to edit, but I'm in kindergarten.
Once you get the hang of it, it's really not too bad. I think it can be a little tedious. But
so are these videos, like, could you post the video on Instagram?
The video of
TMA University.
Yeah.
Nice, Doug. Huh. I bet I'm like 6'5" with a full head of hair and a symmetrical head.
I actually designed you a little bit more accurate.
6'4",
5'9",
full head of hair,
shaved
5'9".
head,
That's not accurate.
Beard.
Yeah. It's what the ladies love.
And you're a motivator. You can pick the coach archetype, like motivator, recruiter, like a tactician. I would have picked all three, but I went with motivator.
Nice. Who in college football right now would be considered a tactician? Isn't a motivator, isn't a recruiter, but is known as a tactician?
That's a good question.
Those are the coordinators, I think, more than the head coach.
But the coordinators become the head coaches, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, then they have to switch.
Freeman seems like a tactician a little bit.
See, now I would say Josh Heupel. Now, I know he's not necessarily great, but I mean, he certainly isn't like a motivator.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't consider him a motivator either. Motivator, I'd think of someone like Dabo.
Yeah.
So you're saying I'm like Dabo?
Only in the sense that you both are leaders of men.
Clip that off.
And you would run out ahead of the team down the hill.
Well, he would have someone. He would run on someone's shoulders, and then someone would run out.
Tim would, because you couldn't see him otherwise.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe what I just heard.
No, just
that was I know it was a height joke too.
To not risk injury.
Oh.
Or like,
I just wouldn't be able to see him.
Or come out.
Otherwise, the coach is like Billy Barty.
I see a head bobbing, but it was the coach.
And you can't see one side of the head.
Right.
Chairman, can you put a swinger section at the field on the games, please? That's from the Swing Haven board member. Can you determine who's in the crowd on this game?
It's not that immersive, but you can choose if you want like a whiteout or like a tiger striped crowd effect. But swinging, they haven't advanced to that level.
I mean, honestly, ever since the Magic City night thing with the Hawks, Swingers night.
Jamie Gertz's Magic City.
Swingers night at a pro sporting event doesn't seem far away. Swingers night.
That would be so funny.
Guys,
so
Mike
good.
Elko would be a tactician coach. That's a good
call.
answer.
Really good call.
479.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
God, this is so cringe. Between this and writing songs with AI about Cardinal baseball, it's no wonder you're womanless. Doug, that's from Gus
Hey,
Jiggins.
those are bangers.
Prospecting partner. Or party, whatever the hell he's doing.
We're now officially profitable from that endeavor.
There we go.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
From the
music.
Really?
Yep.
Any profit potential on this video game, TMA University?
If there's somebody out there in the world that would like to sponsor TMA University, I don't see why we would not.
Goodorbad.com is officially interested.
There you go. Goodorbad.com.
Very nice package that we could offer.
So that's where my investment capital's going?
Well, you got to spend money to make money.
Okay, that makes sense. I never heard that before.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll stand down. No board meeting necessary.
No approval needed.
Swingers weekend was a success at the lake this weekend, by the way. That's from Hottie Toddy. Oh, I didn't know Hottie Toddy rolled that way. Can you call in and share some anecdotes? Papers, you weren't down there. You were at a lake in Greenville,
Different
Illinois.
lake. Yeah, different lake.
Different scene?
Wish I could. Yeah, I didn't see any ethical non-monogamy, but...
Doug, he didn't see any ethical
non-monogamy.
Right. I didn't see any of it, but that's the thing about it is it usually hides in plain sight.
How would you know it if you saw it?
You could pick up a vibe. You know.
What's the vibe?
Just the, kind of.
Let me tell you something. I'm always on the lookout for the less popular.
You should watch the film The Invite with Olivia Wilde and Seth Rogen, Edward Norton, and Penelope Cruz.
It's a good cast.
It's a fantastic cast, fantastic film, and it gets very into that.
You got a big
whole
birthday coming.
lifestyle.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me.
Not necessarily.
It's gotta happen. If it doesn't happen then, it's over.
Right.
I mean, I'm already Champions Tour, you know?
Right. Not necessarily
it's already
sapphic,
kinda-
Tim's playing for the Whites next year.
I had actually, there has been talk of that and a lot of grumbling. There has been a lot of grumbling about me playing from the Whites here in 2 months. James, always great to talk it over.
Likewise, guys.
There he is, 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
It's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because we know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Independence, integrity, innovation, the values Americans and Stifel have embodied since day one. On the 250th anniversary of this great nation, Stifel is proud to say, doing things our way is exactly what has helped so many Americans' dreams come true in such a profoundly American way. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug Mizzou's going to fly us here. Forecast. Doug, I was on vacay last week and fell asleep 30 minutes into watching Primal Fear. It's like the third time that's happened. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
Okay.
It sucks.
Maybe don't
The
watch
best
it.
part of Primal Fear happens right at the end of the spoiler.
Spoiler!
Well, that's not a spoiler.
What is that?
You ever seen Primal Fear?
No.
It's like Ed Norton's coming out party with Richard Gere. Great movie.
Oh, when you see it for the first time, though.
That was like, that not to spoil again.
Spoil alert!
But that was like, felt like the prime time of like twist movies. You know, that's like when like M. Night Shyamalan was really cooking.
Yeah, there was The Pleasant Surprise and Crying Game.
Usual Suspects, Major Twist, obviously Sixth Sense, Primal Fear. You know, a lot of twists, which, you know, it's a fun little narrative device.
Doug, it's a fun little narrative device.
I guess maybe it would be.
Chairman Kurt, is the video up on TMA Instagram of this College Football 27 game that you have created?
Not yet. I was getting the podcast up, but I will do it right now.
I want to see how hot I look as the coach.
TMA University, I guess, is just an internet college. Is that true?
No, we have a beautiful
rivals, University of Phoenix.
We're a land-grant institution.
We have a beautiful campus downtown.
Okay.
Mountains in the background.
Right. The mountains of the Midwest, St. Louis mountains.
I may have took some liberties with the landscape surrounding the stadium.
Well, you got to recruit. You got to bring students in.
Mm-hmm.
What's a twist movie? Is it about pretzels? Get lost, Piddles. It's from the 636.
Might be one of the worst texts I've ever heard.
Oh.
I mean, that's saying something. I mean, really
We've had
bad.
some horrible ones.
That one is as bad as it gets.
You didn't like the humor. You didn't like the insults.
I mean, that's really one where it's like when you text that one in, you got to reevaluate.
See, but you know, Doug, you've always said that this is what do they say about tents in politics? You want your tent to be as expansive as possible and welcome everybody to your tent. And you know, there's some people who are like, okay, I'm going to try now. I'm going to try to be a part of the tent. Let me into the tent. You guys have this little club where it's only Tim's friends who went to high school with him who are allowed to get read. I want to try one. And here's the 636. Probably got up this morning and said, all right, I'm going to try out my hand. And you know what? He finally did it at 10:43. And that was the response you gave him.
Yeah, that's one where it's like, you know, maybe this tent isn't for you, you know? Maybe, I'm happy to have you, you know, watch the tent, listen to the tent, but to join in, if you're going to bring that kind of effort, you don't
want him in the tent?
I'm always a guy for second chances.
Okay.
Even third chances.
Okay.
So
636, don't give up hope.
But I forgive, but I never forget.
Harrison's brother, Master. I am genuinely shocked neither of these two have a significant other. What have we done to our youth? Man, this is sad. That's Harrison's brother, Master. I don't know what Jackson did to be lumped in. But Chairman Kurt, this is about your TMA University football team.
Do. And I have a significant other, so take that.
How about that?
How's that feel?
Harrison's brother, Master.
Couldn't have felt very good.
Bully to Moe's papers. That's from Dougie Glatt.
I don't want to bully anybody. That was a bad text. And that's okay. I've had bad days on the show. Many of which. Some might say most.
I really wish I went to high school with Tim so I could have walked in the same grounds as such a historical St. Louis figure. Doug, that's from Steven time. Guys, is the 636 Jake Reynolds burner? That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Probably not.
They're also active in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and it's delightful to see them in there and talking it over with us. You can go back and watch Mayor Cara Spencer, who was on the program in the 9 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Her opponent in the mayoral race, Tashara Jones, is in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Oh, no, that's not Tashara Jones.
Is there a snowplow?
It's Tashara Jones' snowplow.
Right.
And Tashar Jones Snowplow, I guess, has watched Chairman Kurt's games with TMA University and says it's the Cahokia Mounds that are in the background. Is that what's in the
nice.
background?
Oh, that's good.
We are the Mound City.
They're a little more picturesque than that.
They don't have a sinkhole option.
No. I'm working on mods.
Yeah. We'll get there
Did I
one
give her
day.
work on mods?
I don't even know
Grand
what that
Theft Auto
means.
Modifications.
Oh.
Ooh, and I created a college band version of Navy Caps on the Road as our fight song.
Really?
Yeah.
You're able to do that?
Doug, how can you not watch this showdown tonight with McKernan?
No way. That's
Are you
sick.
going to watch the Cubs and Cardinals? You're going to watch TMA University take on Virginia for the national championship?
Doug, promise me this. If the Cardinals are losing at 8 p.m., you turn that game off and you open YouTube and you watch Coach Tim take
Well,
down
just pull it
both
up on your phone. You can keep the Cardinal game on. Just pull it up on your phone.
Okay.
You are a force at tight end.
I am. I want to hear the fight song.
Do we have that available?
Not handy, but I can make it happen.
Okay.
How about that? Well, Chairman Kurt's going to get the fight song. Jackson, do you have the audio of TMA University? I thought you were saying.
I emailed it to you.
Okay.
It's also on the Instagram now.
I don't see it.
It is on the
email.
TMA Instagram?
Yeah.
TMA_STL.
I do not see it in my email.
Do you see it on the Instagram?
Could be the Wi-Fi issue that we were going through.
Oh, yeah, we do have a Wi-Fi situation.
And you just tell AI, make a fight song for me, and it
look at
just
this.
does it?
Look at downtown St. Louis. I'm looking at the opening scene as we speak.
I kind of made the video almost like a 30 for 30 little intro.
You invite me to be a collaborator?
Yep.
Is the video on Instagram or on YouTube?
It's on Instagram.
Right, but
that doesn't
playing
help you.
it purposes.
I will get it there for you.
No, you don't have to put it up on YouTube. It's not up there. I don't care. I just want to play it for the people.
Doug, look at us take the field. Oh, look at me. I am hot.
This is great radio.
Yeah. This TMA University football team. We're a club. We got the national championship tonight against Bo Prabula and the Virginia Cavaliers.
Who would have thought?
It's full circle. Mentality probably helping TMA University. Start today at lowtusa.com. That's right, lowtusa.com. For the guys who want to lean up and preserve muscle, nothing is more powerful than combining testosterone therapy with a GLP-1. TRT builds muscle and fuels metabolism. The GLP targets the fat stores your body has been holding on to. Guys, combining the two are looking better than they have in years. This is for the guys who want next level results. This is not for everybody. It's for those who want next level results. Physician supervised and built around your blood work the whole way through. Start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com with mentality. lowtusa.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. They have been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. And you can check it out for yourself by going to igotfloored.com. Go to igotfloored.com right now, and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passion's Flooring. He wants you to have the best experience, and he wants you to have it for the best price. There is a reason Michael's Floorings continue to grow throughout the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring, igotfloored.com. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters, and online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals Cubs tonight, 6:45 p.m. First pitch. Matthew Liberatore towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is
a banger.
I mean, this is incredible.
I can just find a way to monetize this creativity.
The crowd chanting.
There were some edits there I didn't care for.
I was sprinting down the hallway.
No, it was well done.
All right.
It was well done. It was well done.
So
Chairman.
the fans at this college football game are still upset about the Cardinals not wearing Navy caps on the road. Got
it. That's so good.
And the thing is, we wear Navy buckets at home in this.
Navy helmets?
Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
This has got me. I can't wait for 8 p.m. tonight. You guys have got me just fired up.
I mean, do I not go to the Cardinal game tonight to watch this? Or do I watch it from the Cardinal game?
I think everyone will understand.
Dan, what are you watching
Sit there
on your
and get
phone?
myself a couple bush lights and watch TMA University take on Bo Prabula while the Cardinals and Cubs are right in front of me.
Is there anyone tonight that will eat a bucket of donuts while watching this on
John
their
Rice,
phone
troublemaker.
from the Cardinal game?
I could see it.
If you do that, take a picture of yourself eating the donuts watching this on YouTube.
And we'll give you one of the Iggy's hats.
Even after this game is played, it would still be up there, though, right? The whole game. If you don't watch it live, you can
It'll
still
be on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
All right, I'm now officially a collaborator. Comments are very supportive. Some are not as supportive regarding your social life, but that's the cost of becoming great.
Right, agreed.
I made a choice.
Yeah.
Women, hours upon hours of video games.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Doug?
Well, I'm worried about the declining population.
Yeah, that's what TMA Reddit Insider's saying. You know what else is fun? Getting drinks with a female on a Saturday evening and potentially getting your ween touched. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
I don't drink.
I think this is a banger.
For a crowd, likely, a student section of 10,000 or more, to have that much verve.
Everybody in the student body knows the song.
To have that much gusto with which they sing that song is impressive. If anything else, if TMAU doesn't win tonight, they've won the School Spirit Award.
I'm worried about...
Now, are you playing as TMA University or these Sims?
No, I play them all.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Do you like your chances?
I do.
Do you play against, like, the top level?
Not Heisman, but All-American.
All-American.
Now, let me tell you, that's no laughing matter.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's hard.
I finally... I don't want to jinx it. I feel like we got the defense figured out a little bit.
Is that because the Vaughn brothers in the secondary?
We got Strode motivated.
Yeah, that's the safeties feel like that's the biggest hole.
Ooh, Cam is like an edge rusher.
Yeah, he's a dangerous edge rusher.
Yeah.
Not as dangerous as Sean Astin and Rudy, but...
Right.
I'm afraid as much as the safeties smoke, emphysema could be a problem in the fourth quarter.
Coach Tim, if you're performing on the field, you can smoke heaters, reefer, just stay eligible.
I just snort horses off of tramp stamps.
I just feel bad if we were to lose the championship because our safety was smoking when the play was called. And we get beat over the top,
Did I make the squad? And if I did, where can I buy my jersey? That's from Ray King.
Tune in tonight to find out.
Ray King.
Is he on the team?
No.
Oh.
But I started making a list of people to add because you import recruiting classes, and there's a lot of names that didn't make the cut first go around. So if you're not on there now, be nice, and maybe you will be in season 2.
And what's your YouTube channel called?
Chairman Kurt 22.
Chairman Kurt 22.
I'll post a link in some places later tonight leading up to the game. Maybe I'll do like a pregame presser.
I'm fired
Sponsor
up.
me.
I'm fired up.
Doug, I think we've got something here with this TMA University.
Our offensive coordinator left because we were so successful. He left going into the playoffs.
Was it Prajo?
He's a kicker.
Producer Joe's the kicker?
Yeah.
What about Bobby Boots?
Yeah.
He might be happy to be on the team.
Non-Gaze, the punter.
Yeah.
Ibon with the
Ibon, special teams Ibon.
But we already have a new hire. Kirby Moore joining the squad as the new OC.
How about that? Kirby Moore is working for me. How about that, Doug? He's learning the game from me.
I would think Tim would call the plays.
I just thought I learned from Drinkwitz.
Yeah,
I
you
delegate. Got to delegate. The great delegator like
Who's
Coach
the DC?
Saban.
We hired a new guy, kind of an up-and-comer. Want to give a new guy a shot.
Okay.
KG, you can add me as a 4'8" assistant coach to make Tim look like he's over 6 feet tall. That's from Steven Time.
Steven Time, you're actually second on the list of the next batch of names, isn't he, Doug?
He really looks like it, yeah.
Ed also.
The brothers.
Yeah, the brothers' time. What about I wonder if I can get Gabe to do a post-game show on the game tonight. If I said, hey, Colonel, what if I gave you a couple $100? Can you go live on Power Mizzou's account?
We're going to need to, yeah.
I think he might be willing to.
On Power Mizzou's account? Wouldn't that hurt maybe the credibility of the site?
Can you imagine?
Give him the TMA login.
Yeah. He's like, here's the Ahmad Hardy
the price
stuff.
point would be for it to get done. Jackson, do you have the winner of the design air?
Yeah, I do.
Eating and cooling email today.
Yeah, I do. Matter of fact, the winner today, Ellen Foley.
Ellen Foley gets the win. We are headed down the hallway. We've got this after the morning after that we do on the TMA STL YouTube channel on 105.7 HD2. BK and Ferrario are headed into the 101 ESPN studios. VIP Auto Accessories is where you should head to have your vehicle and your fleet of vehicles to have everything taken care of at a one-stop shop with Tommy Sabulka and Brian Gregg. That's VIPAutoaccessories.com with 4 departments under one roof. In addition to commercial upfits, you have graphic solutions, hail repair, and touch-up and aftermarket. It's all there. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Sabulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Gregg and let him know that TMA sent you. It's VIPAutoaccessories.com. I got my windows tinted there just a couple months ago, and I'm so glad that I did, especially with how hot it is in St. Louis. VIPAutoaccessories.com. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.